Good morning. I will now call the regular and air pollution control district meeting of January 27, 2021 to order. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that all 5 supervisors are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. Additionally, before we begin, any members of the public that wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting, please review the instructions posted on the Clerk of the Board's webpage. I'll remind members of the public that have requested to speak to wait to dial into the meeting until the item is called. With that, I'll now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson?
I'm sorry, I was working with my volume here. Am I here or am I voting on something else?
Are you here?
I am here.
You are here. Thank
Wonderful.
You. My volume's up though, I can hear now.
Great. Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond?
Here.
Vice Chair Vargas?
A great way to start the morning, Supervisor Anderson. Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher here. The first item on our order of business is a report of actions taken yesterday in closed session. I'll ask County Council to report those actions.
Yes, thank you. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session starting at 3:28 p.m. and adjourning at 4:53 p.m. The Board took the following reportable actions. Item 20A, Tyler Walter v. County of San Diego et al. With all 5 board members voting aye, direct County Council to appeal the District Court's order denying county social workers' motion to dismiss various constitutional claims in this case involving the removal of a child from his mother's care. Item 20B, Father Trevor Burfitt v. Gavin Newsom et al. With 3 board members voting aye and Supervisors Anderson and Desmond voting no, authorize County Council to appeal the trial court's ruling enjoining the state and the county from enforcing the COVID-19 health orders regarding religious assemblies against Father Burfitt. Item 20D, Tammy Davis et al. V. City of National City et al. With all 5 board members voting aye, direct County Council to settle this case alleging that sheriff's deputies used excessive force for $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is non-agendized public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. I'll ask Clerk if we have any requests for non-agendized public comment.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 6 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. Any members of the public that have requested to speak during non-agenda public communication, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. You will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I would remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller. It looks like we're still waiting on.
We don't have any of the non-agenda public comment speakers on the line at this time.
We'll give them another.
All right, we can come back to this.
It looks like I see one calling in right now.
We have one who has just joined. So we will unmute 9886. If you could please state your name for the record, then you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. 9886.
Good morning, Joanne Fields, Government and Public Relations Director of the Asian Pacific Islander Initiative. I want to share with all of you, good morning, supervisors. I should have said that first. But we will host a Redistricting 101 virtual town hall. There will be a series starting tomorrow, Thursday, the 28th, 6:30 p.m. on our Facebook group and also Instagram, and should also be found on YouTube, where we would like to invite the community to meet and greet with the commissioners. Hopefully our county representatives would be able to attend. I understand there is a meeting at 5:30. Ours will start at 6:30, and also the local municipalities. I also wanted to speak on yesterday on the item on COVID-19. I want to thank the T3 team under the direction of Nick Machon. that I want to say that rental assistance is needed, but not only for the tenants, but for the landlords. Not all landlords are money hungry, and there are investments from our community members. So the rental assistance is important, as well as the great delivery, plates delivery program. We hope that is extended so that our seniors and small businesses will benefit from that program. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is 4974. 4974. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. This is Michelle Krug. I just wanted to make a request that our boards and commissions and committees, that those meetings be recorded so that people who are unable to attend them have the ability to see what advisory groups and what groups that do have some voting authority are doing and reporting to the supervisors. I'm on the Persons with Disabilities, and I would love to see that recorded because there are people that ask about it that aren't able to actually come to the meeting. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you so much for the direction that you are taking our council. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8025. 8025. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and board members. I'm Mike Bullock. I live in Oceanside. I'm a retired satellite systems engineer, but still a practicing systems engineer. These days, I present systems engineering papers at conferences such as the Air and Waste Management Associations. My focus is transportation and climate change, and I want to talk about what is not on your agenda today. And it is the fact that nearly 8 years ago, Judge Taylor wrote in his first ruling against the county, quote, "There is no time for building strategies or living documents. Enforceable mitigation measures are necessary now," end quote. That is what is missing from this agenda. The fact that enforceable measures are needed now. If they were needed 8 years ago, they are certainly needed now. And nothing can be done now. However, the most important mitigation measures from that first lawsuit can be worked on concurrently with other work. The first is to start the process to design, install, and operate a good car parking system for your employees. The one that was proposed and then ignored in that first lawsuit. The system, called Dividend Account Parking, or DAP, operates the parking for the financial gain of your employees. The second concurrent action is to urge the state to move forward on its road use charge system. Here's why pricing of parking and pricing of road use is so important. Cars emit the most greenhouse gas in just 10 years. We must reduce emissions to 80% below what was emitted in 1990. We are very car-centric. Other measures are needed, but nothing works as fast or as cheaply as pricing. Start by writing a requirements document specifying what DAP does. Use an RFP process. Select a third-party vendor to design, implement, and operate the car parking system. The vendor will spread the system to other employers and other types of parking. This will happen because your employees will earn more money and others will want the same thing.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Fletcher, that was the last request for non-agenda public communications that's on the line at this time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Aaron. Next on our agenda is approval of the minute statement of proceedings for the meeting of January 13th, 2021. Is there a motion and a second to approve those?
So moved. So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson.
Second.
And a second by Supervisor Vargas. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar. I will ask the clerk if there are any items that the public wishes to be pulled for discussion.
Thank you. Item 1 has been pulled by the public. Item 3 has been pulled by the public. Item 4 has been pulled by the public. And item 7 has been pulled by the public. All the remaining items on the Board of Supervisors agenda, as well as the County of San Diego Air Pollution Control Board agenda, may be placed in the consent calendar for your board's consideration.
Thank you. We'll now go to my colleague, Supervisor Anderson. Are there any items you wish to be pulled for discussion or comments to make?
None at this time.
All right. Would you like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar? Thank you. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Nothing further.
Okay. Would you like to second the consent calendar?
I would like to second the consent calendar.
Awesome. Supervisor Desmond.
Nothing to pull, no other comments. Thank you.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Nothing to pull either.
All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer to adopt the consent calendar. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll and just repeat once more the items that will be discussed.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. The items that the board will be discussing this morning are items 1, 3, 4, and 7. With that, Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now proceed to work through our agenda items we have, starting with agenda item 1, receive the options to streamline renewable energy projects in the unincorporated area report, provide direction on the options contained in this report. I believe we have public comment requests, but before we do that, do any of the board members have initial statements that they would like to make on this item? Okay.
I would just like to move, sorry, I was going to just move that we continue the item to the February 10th meeting, as I'd like more time to assess the report and hear community concerns.
Okay, I'm happy to second that. Obviously, there's a number of moving parts in this, and I think the prior board spent a fair amount of time on this, and I think it's entirely appropriate we allow the new board to have time to hear from the community and work through this. So I'm happy to second that motion. Maybe we have a motion and a second. Why don't we go ahead and hear from the public who took the time to call in, and then we can return to board deliberation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I will note that we received 9 e-comments on this item. We have 7 individuals that have requested to address the board, as well as 1 group presentation. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the audio record. For the individual speakers, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. For the group, you'll have 10 minutes to address the board, and you'll hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. I'd also remind the public speakers that we have a motion to continue the item to February 10th, so speakers should address their comments to that continuance. We'll begin with the group presentation. All individuals in the group must provide testimony during your 10 minutes, and if you could self-regulate your time, that would be helpful. I will chime in as appropriate to let you know how much time you might have remaining. Erin, if you could please identify the group callers.
Yes, thank you. The group callers are 6395, 9121, and 2038. So each of you need to press *6 to unmute yourselves, and then you can introduce yourselves individually and self-regulate your time. You may begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Bree Fordham. Would the others in the group like to introduce themselves first before we begin?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity to comment on this item today. You are about to hear from 4 community leaders from Borrego Springs and their concerns about the Renewable Energy Overlay Project. We would like to also bring everyone's attention to the map provided by staff for this project in your agenda packet for reference while we are presenting. As I mentioned, my name is Bree Fordham. I am the Executive Director of Anza Borrego Foundation, the nonprofit partner to Anza Borrego Desert State Park. We exist to preserve and protect the state's largest state park for current and future generations to enjoy. Anza Borrego Desert State Park is unlike any other state park in the California system. Some might say it could be considered California's Yellowstone. This park offers a one-of-a-kind of experience to not only the residents of San Diego County, but to the hundreds of thousands of visitors annually, both nationally and internationally. At 1,000 square miles, the park embodies 12 wilderness areas and hundreds of miles of hiking trails and dirt roads, providing visitors with an unparalleled opportunity to experience the wonders of the California desert. The park features washes, wildflowers, palm groves, and sweeping vistas. Anza Borrego visitors also have the chance to see roadrunners, golden eagles, kit fox, and bighorn sheep. This dense and diverse resource profile is due to our ongoing protection of this landscape, wildlife corridors to the neighboring Cuyamaca Rancho State Park, and the priority that the Borrego Springs community holds for a unique lifestyle to live, work, and play within this amazing resource. We are concerned about the impacts of an energy project that could be approved by this renewable energy overlay project proposed for parcels that are contiguous with the park. The proposed south-facing slope, as seen on the provided map in your packet, will significantly impair the magnificent viewshed, not only for the community, but all visitors to the park. While we understand the intention of this project is connected to sustainability, efficiency, and better serving our residents while minimizing environmental impacts, we would like to stress that there are potentially unintended consequences to this publicly preserved treasure and its resources if approved. We feel the location selected in Borrego Springs is not environmentally suitable for an industrial scale energy project. If the Board of Supervisors elects to proceed with the renewable energy overlay project, we ask that any and all lands from Borrego Springs be removed from consideration. We also ask that if these considerations move forward, including Borrego Springs, that Anza Borrego Desert State Park be considered a stakeholder and allowed to provide input to supporting an informed decision. As identified on page A16, section 3, attachment A of the board packet, the park is currently not listed as a stakeholder. I would like to now introduce Dale Jones of the Borrego Village Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm Dale Jones, President of the Borrego Village Association, or BVA. The Borrego Valley is undergoing change driven by water constraints mandated by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. In less than 20 years, by 2040, Borrego Springs will reduce its annual consumption of water from 20,000 acre-foot per year to 5,700, nearly a 70% reduction. Agriculture and water-intensive development will no longer be economic drivers in our community. However, one long-standing economic driver is ascending as water-dependent drivers are waning. I'm talking about geotourism. Geotourism is built on the distinctive geographical character of a place, its environment, heritage, aesthetics, culture, and the well-being of its residents. The BVA is leading the way to implement these geotourism principles. It's a hand-in-glove fit given that Borrego Springs is the gateway community to the Anza Borrego Desert State Park, with annual visitation from around the world estimated between several hundred thousands to over 1 million people. An estimated $42 million annual contribution to the regional economy and creating hundreds of sustainable jobs. No other desert community in San Diego County can make this claim. Far from a barren land, this nearly pristine desert is a special place. Generations of families and families for generations have vacationed here. Visitors come for the total experience, the expansive and undisturbed viewshed that stretches to the horizon in all directions, the ornate floral displays in the springtime, the unique desert fauna, the quiet of a community nestled in the middle of 1,000 square miles of protected wilderness, and our dark sky, one of the few places in Southern California where the Milky Way is regularly visible. Borrego Springs and the Anza Borrego Desert State Park are, together, a treasure yet to be fully discovered in a world where the benefit of solitude and open space are now being realized. Referring to the map on your screen, I ask that you nurture this treasure by removing the areas within the boundaries of Borrego Springs from consideration for additional industrial scale projects, such as renewable energy generating facilities. Thank you. Our next speaker is John Peterson.
John, you may proceed. You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself first.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, I am John Peterson, full-time resident of Borrego Springs. As you are aware, our community is landlocked and totally surrounded by Anza Borrego Desert State Park, which is the largest contiguous state park in the continental United States. Our concerns focus on the potential for large-scale industrial wind and or solar projects in the southern edge of the valley, which borders the state park. We currently have 2 large-scale solar projects in the valley. As a result of these projects, the community produces 100% of our local energy demand from renewable energy sources. There's only one power line in and out of our community. This line is owned by SDG&E, and it's a 69 kW line that runs through the state park. If additional renewable energy projects were approved within what we call the heart of the state park, the energy could not be transported out of the valley without enlarging this one power line, which is currently running at 100% of its rated capacity, to transmit additional renewable power out of our community. The existing power line could not be expanded without, number 1, modifying the park's general plan, number 2, removing lands from the state designated wilderness areas, number 3, likely producing adverse impacts to critical habitats for endangered species, and 4, would actually require an act by the state legislature for the removal of wilderness lands. Such an action has never been before completed in the state of California. In summary, we ask you to take into consideration that Anza Borrego Desert State Park is an important stakeholder within this process, and without a viable means to transport additional renewable energy out of the project, this really is a very bad location for future development of industrial-sized green energy facilities. Thank you. I pass the presentation now over to David Garman.
For the benefit of the group, you have just about 2 minutes remaining.
Chairman Fletcher and members of the board, I'm David Garman, a resident of San Diego and Borrego Springs and chair of the Environment Subcommittee of the Borrego Revitalization Initiative. First, I want to say thank you for supporting this goal of attaining 100% renewable energy as quickly as possible. I hope we get there with as much wisdom and sensitivity as we can. In its current form, the Renewable Energy Overlay Project before you today is predicated on the notion that building industrial-scale generating facilities in remote parts of the county and the high-voltage transmission lines that must accompany them is preferable to maximizing rooftop solar installations in the built environment. This is the same assumption that underpinned the failed Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan, or DRECP, put forth by state and federal agencies in 2014. The DRECP covered 22 million acres and would have fast-tracked industrial-scale renewable projects throughout the deserts of Southern California. This plan was met with overwhelming opposition and did not go forward as its authors had intended. For the Renewable Energy Overlay Project on today's agenda, we understand PDS is relying on a study produced by SDG&E that champions the construction of remote generation and high voltage transmission lines in our backcountry. I believe this body is aware that SDG&E is not an uninterested arbiter of this most fundamental question, and given the increasing vulnerability to wildfire in our backcountry, high voltage transmission lines are even less attractive today than they were proposed by the DRECP. Therefore, we respectfully request you to direct PDS to perform an independent analysis of this fundamental predicate before you support the idea that remote generation and high voltage transmission lines in our backcountry is the preferred alternative for meeting our county's renewable energy goals. From the remarks made by my friends and colleagues, I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that we believe protecting the Anza Borrego Desert State Park and its gateway community, Borrego Springs, is a responsibility we all share.
Thank you.
So this morning, we hope that you join us in safeguarding this public treasure. Thank you.
Your time is up. We'll now move on to the individual callers.
Thank you very much. Our first individual speaker on this item is 2750. 2750.
And just a reminder for the colleagues that there is a motion on the floor to continue this item, so callers should be speaking to the continuance of this item to February 10th.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League. We support the motion for continuance. It is true that overlay zones, programmatic EIRs, if done properly and with community input, could identify low conflict locations. However, what is missing from me is a solid, focused strategic direction, comparing distributed energy, solar, and wind. What is the proper place for these? What is the proper role? What is the proper focus for the county? My understanding is that distributed energy is becoming increasingly feasible. And so I would like to see a greater consultation with energy sector experts, including from the environmental community, to chart out the best path in advance and then putting this decision in that context. A second question beyond strategic direction is, to what extent would these streamlining measures benefit the industry compared to what is going on without them? And I think that should also be addressed. We completely support the goal of 100% renewable and do feel that the continuance is the right approach at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0771. 0771.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Fletcher and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Gabalden, and I am SDG&E's Public Affairs Manager, speaking on behalf of my 4,400 colleagues. There was a question raised about a consultant study that might have been funded by SDG&E. I believe the study that was referenced is really attached to this item, which was funded by a grant through Supervisor Greg Cox. At SDG&E, we support this action to streamline renewable energy projects. We believe that if we're going to truly harness renewable energy and, as a speaker points out, store it, we need to be looking at policies that will facilitate this infrastructure. This infrastructure will help us achieve goals to reduce renewable GHG impacts in the region. To assist renewable energy facilities, we have established a customer generation team. We've got a website out there to assist developers in their research to build a business case for a project. We're proud of our partnership with the county and look forward to supporting any action of the Board of Supervisors in partnering with county staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8569. 8569.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me? Good. Good morning, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. My name is Frank Landis, and I'm speaking for myself. While I strongly applaud the county planning to build more renewable energy projects, I'm not sure which option is best. And here I will try to explain what conflicts me, because I hope you consider the same issues. I hope you vote to continue it, and I also echo Dan Silver's comments. The first of my concerns is that any of these options will be developed simultaneously with the Climate Action Plan, the new MSCPs, and hopefully the county's sustainability plan, among others. And I'm very unclear on how any overlay or other plan will work with the MSCPs, considering that these overlays are in a very conceptual state right now. Looking around, I see absolutely no provision for making all of these plans consistent with one another, and the conflicts could be disastrous. I hope going forward you make some effort to make sure all these plans you're proposing work with each other. In this regard, I would pick an option that plays best with all the others, but I'm not sure which one it is. Is it better to do overlays or to train staff? Will the staff stay long enough to make the training worthwhile? I don't see any staff retention rates in the report any more than I saw the MSCP protected land boundaries. Then there's the problem of the overlays are listed by power generated. Is it better to have a few large plants or more smaller ones? I'm not at all sure. I do agree with Diane Jacob that the rural homes need more independent power sources for when the power lines are shut off, which to me means helping them with home solar and batteries, but that's not an option here. The problems of fire, flood, and winds are tricky. A fire wiping out one big plant is a bad thing, but more lines to more small plants may mean more fire risk. In the study I looked at, only very high fire risk, not even high fire risk or lower categories. I suggest choosing the option that tells you which scale of development is the most disaster resilient, or finding another plan that does the same. I wish I had more clear advice, but I do hope my questions are useful. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5195. 5195.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. This is Jim Whalen. I'm new to some of you, and I look forward to working with all of you in the future. This morning, there are 4 items on the agenda I'm requesting to speak on, so I'm sorry to inflict myself on you so much. Regarding the matter at hand, I do support the continuance. We are fortunate enough to work on most of the commercial scale projects in the county. We support full utilization of rooftop solar, but recall it can't meet the need for energy in the county. I do urge close coordination with SDG&E, especially on grid capacity, because remember, the costs of the upgrades fall on the developers, unless the county might decide to make some investments as part of the climate action plan. For now, supporting options 1 or 3, but I want to note that most of the wind locations are already being used that are practical. And finally, environmental justice. All of the areas we work on renewables projects are relatively poor, and we do what we can on a voluntary basis, but it really should be mandatory that community benefits accrue to the affected communities. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4170. 4170.
Good morning. My name is Donna Tisdale. I chair the Boulevard Planning Group. On the continuance to February 10th, we also have a huge project. Boulder Brush Substation Facilities will support a huge wind turbine project on the Campo Reservation, which significantly impacts our community. It's about a 10-mile long by 2-mile wide wind turbine project. So I'm not sure how to address this right now. I would prefer that it not be continued to February 10th because that's too much in one meeting. But otherwise, I support the continuance to another date.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7522. 7522.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher, Supervisors. My name is Harold Standifer. I'm speaking for myself. I'm a resident of Encinitas. First of all, I'd like to say that I support the continuance of this item to next month. My comments today will relate to Community Choice Energy and the county's action on October 15, 2019, stating its intent to implement Community Choice Energy within the unincorporated areas of the county. Now, undoubtedly, the addition of the unincorporated San Diego County would impact the demand for renewable energy supply in the region, creating the opportunity to create renewable energy projects. I urge the board to consider all applicable environmental laws and in the review process in considering such projects. I also urge the supervisors to join with one of the existing Community Choice Energy JPAs in the county. Both are scheduled to launch this year. The county should not delay with the implementation of Community Choice Energy, given greenhouse reduction goals and the crisis that we're facing and the survival of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next caller is 3328. 3328. If you'd like to address the board on item 1, please press *6 now.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity and good morning to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Andrew Meyer. I'm the Director of Conservation for the San Diego Audubon Society. And I'd like to echo some of the concerns and some of the ideas that were mentioned earlier. We wholeheartedly support the need to move to clean energy throughout the country. The climate change crisis has huge impacts to birds and other wildlife throughout the world. And that's our main goal as a nonprofit, is to support birds and other wildlife and their habitats. However, there are ways to do clean energy development that are better and some that are worse. And so we support the continuance of this component before the board today so that more information can be gathered and more comments can be heard from the public. What the county does, the county staff has started this, and there's more work that needs to be done. But best available science needs to be used. This is a component of technological innovation and scientific research that is dramatically improving over time. And so certainly the pursuit of the board, what the board finally approves should be broadly embrace best available science and be modified as time goes on for new science as it comes out and new technology as it comes out. Please use a process that brings in independent experts on renewable energy development to guide the process and add some input to it. And there are obviously substantial impacts from turbines and the placement of the turbines, stations, and transmission lines to birds and other wildlife. These impacts include direct killing of bats and birds, as well as the fragmenting of large open spaces needed by golden eagles, desert tortoises, and countless other species. So it's a very critical concern how this process goes forward. And I appreciate that the Board of Supervisors is postponing it and going to get some more information from staff and the public. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. And that concludes public testimony on this item, Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. I appreciate all the speakers who called in on this item. We have a motion and a second to continue this item to our next meeting, so folks have a little bit more time to spend on it. With that, we will go to board discussion. I see Supervisor Desmond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the continuance, but I would like to add or ask that when it be brought back, that the Anza Borrego State Park be added as a stakeholder group to engage to that item.
Got it. I think we can do that. Are there any problems? I'll ask Sarah. Is that easy enough to do?
No problem with that. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. All right, Supervisors, we'll definitely take care of that. Any other board member comments or questions on this item? All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Lawson-Remer, a second by myself to continue this item to the next board meeting. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We'll now move to agenda item 3, framework for our future, developing a regional sustainability plan to guide San Diego County towards a zero carbon future. Before we get to public comment, I just want to ask the two supervisors who brought this item forward, Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Vargas, if they'd like to make any introductory comments or if they prefer to wait till after public comment.
I can go ahead with a couple introductory comments. I think I first just want to thank Vice Chair Vargas for jointly authoring this letter with me. Doing this work is really why I ran for this office and why I sit in the seat. And 2 weeks ago, as we all recall, we voted to develop a new climate action plan for the county. And I thank my colleagues for joining me in casting a unanimous vote. It was a big step forward, but it was just the beginning. And today's item is proof that we aren't done. I am proud to partner with Vice Chair Vargas to propose a landmark action that will guide our county toward a zero carbon future. This is an unprecedented effort to tackle an unprecedented problem. And I look forward to working with our community and all levels of government to achieve this goal. A regional approach to climate action will establish a framework to reach zero carbon as quickly as possible, achieving greater greenhouse gas reductions than the county or any jurisdiction could achieve on its own. Climate change is already causing extreme heat, historic droughts, wildfires, sea level rise, millions of dollars in property damage, and threats to public health. Communities of color and low-income communities are disproportionately impacted by environmental injustice and health disparities that will continue to get worse. This bold step forward will improve our air, health, and quality of life. It will reduce the burden of transportation costs on working families and address the region's affordable housing crisis. It will provide San Diegans thousands of well-paying jobs, building the infrastructure that will propel our region into the future and provide a much-needed boost to our economy. Vice Chair Vargas and I are eager to work with UCSD's School of Global Policy and Strategy to craft a plan that can become a national model for regional climate planning. This has generated great enthusiasm, and we're excited that GPS will be collaborating with leaders across the region, including UCSD's Energy Policy Initiative Center, also known as EPIC, which is the data and expertise to integrate the countywide analysis with a granular understanding of the diverse climate efforts of jurisdictions throughout our region. I want to give special thanks to the hundreds of organizations and San Diegans who submitted comments or called in today to express your support. Thank you to the over 1,500 residents who signed the petition urging the county to take this action. Our county is 100% committed to achieving zero carbon by 2035, and we could not be prouder to set out on this journey with all of you. Thank you. We need this bold step forward, and I ask my colleagues to join me and vote in support of this motion.
Supervisor Vargas.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. And I am excited to be co-docketing this board letter with Supervisor Lawson-Remer. This is really a bold action our region needs for the future of our children and our planet. And as Supervisor Lawson-Remer mentioned, the direction really to develop a regional sustainability plan to guide our county for future regional collaboration between the agencies, universities, businesses, workers, and frontline communities is essential to really develop equitable climate justice policies and programs that aim to make a need to greenhouse emissions reductions and carbon sequestration to achieve zero carbon by 2035. I do want to mention something really quickly, and es quiero mencionar a todas las comunidades latinas específicamente que han luchado por tanto tiempo por la justicia social y económica en nuestras comunidades y del medio ambiente, que es sumamente importante que sepan que van a tener una persona que va a estar abogando por ustedes sobre este tema. I just wanted to share that in Spanish because I think communities of color and low-income communities are disproportionately impacted by the environmental injustice and health disparities that have plagued our communities for years. So this will only continue to get worse, especially due to the climate crisis. Our frontline communities are the same communities that have contributed the least, but will face the biggest consequences due to the climate change. So we've seen it with COVID-19. It's a crisis that's showing a glimpse of what communities will be impacted if we continue to live with no action that addresses the climate crisis with bold and innovative initiatives. So while progress has been made through the implementation of these previous plans, and various cities have climate action plans, I think the region really must do something through collaborative action to make meaningful reductions in GHG emissions. A regional approach, I think, is what we need for climate action. And I'm really excited to be co-docketing this letter, and I actually fully support and excited to see what this partnership will develop and bring back to the board. So thank you, and I urge my colleagues to support.
Thank you. We will now go to public comment. I'll just let the members of the public know immediately after we do agenda item 3, we will do agenda item 7, framework for our future, establishing a climate advisory committee. They will be 2 separate items, and we'll have 2 separate votes. And callers are more than welcome to call in separately on both items. But if I know there is some overlap, so when you speak to agenda item 3, if you also support item 7, you can also express your support for that, and you won't have to call back in a second time, but you're certainly welcome to. So with that, I will ask the clerk to take us into public comment.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 3, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. I note for the record that we received 188 e-comments on this item, and we have 45 individuals that have requested to address the board this morning. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. You will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Erin, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, thank you. Our first caller is 6534.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Randy Wild, Policy Advisor in the Office of Mayor Todd Gloria. On behalf of Mayor Gloria, I'd like to thank Supervisors Lawson-Remer and Vargas for bringing this item forward and express the Mayor's support for both item 3 and item 7 on today's agenda. Setting an ambitious target for achieving zero carbon by 2035 and establishing an advisory committee to guide that work is a giant step in the right direction. The City of San Diego is working to update its climate action plan this year, including setting a new emissions reduction target and developing innovative strategies to ensure we can reach our goal. Having the county as a committed partner in confronting the climate crisis will benefit the City of San Diego and all other local jurisdictions. Regional collaboration will help us move forward to protect and enhance the quality of life for all our residents. Again, Mayor Gloria would like to share his support for items 3 and 7 and respectfully urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2750. 2750.
Good morning, Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League, Chair and members of the board. I will address items 3 and 7 simultaneously in the interest of time. On item 3, we support the regional approach to the sustainability plan. Only a regional approach with the county and the municipalities working together will be effective. For example, a regional approach is needed for distributed energy, for transportation sector to be addressed. New development has to be sited on a regional basis near transit. For affordable housing, the jurisdictions need to work together to implement the regional housing needs assessment and so on. We see the investment, we see this as a very good investment to ask the university to identify specific regional measures. On to item 7, the climate initiative is a very complicated task, and I think forming the committee is commensurate with that complexity. Committee will be able to respond and adapt quickly to needs as they arise, for example, for stakeholder engagement, coordination with staff, addressing new issues, and so on. So we definitely agree with that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8046. 8046. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself. 8046. You may proceed. You may be on mute on your phone.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Noah Harris with Climate Action Campaign and a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance, calling in support of the development of this regional sustainability plan. The most up-to-date science says that we must entirely eliminate emissions as soon as possible to stave off the most devastating impacts of climate change, which is why we're calling for a regional sustainability plan coupled with the establishment of a regional climate authority. We're urging for a plan that maps out what we need to do to achieve a zero carbon future while prioritizing environmental, economic, and racial justice. Additionally, I want to emphasize how central it is for this board to prioritize stopping sprawl. Building housing in high VMT, high fire hazard areas far away from jobs and transit remains one of our region's greatest sources of skyrocketing emissions and threatens our natural and working lands. Please encourage smart growth and infill development that is sustainable, affordable, and accessible to all. Finally, we urge the board to set the example for the region by simultaneously securing a strong zero carbon county climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7498. 7498.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Melissa Elder, and I'm a volunteer with the Sunrise Movement San Diego, living in Chair Fletcher's district, expressing my support for both this and item 7. The youth and BIPOC communities have contributed the least to this climate crisis, and we are the ones who are going to be impacted the most. We only have 10 years to fundamentally change the way we've been interacting with the environment and our communities. We need to stop this extractivism mindset and make sure we're not leaving behind those who are most impacted. Short-term solutions to this monumental challenge of climate change will not work. As a coastal community that is already burdened with environmental racism, it's particularly imperative that we proactively and boldly develop comprehensive long-term plans to make sure that we protect our ability to have a livable future. So we must take aggressive steps now to make up for inaction and poorly implemented action plans of the past. So please take this opportunity to be a leader for the nation and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7569. 7569.
Hello, my name is Joy Sue, and I'm a co-founder of the Fallbrook Climate Action Team. We support items 3 and 7, and we want to thank the new members of the Board of Supervisors for taking this initiative. We feel that the 2 largest items in the greenhouse gas problem is transportation and land use, and that we are particularly impacted with these issues in North County. We're in a transportation desert in Fallbrook, and we need some infrastructure solutions to enable bus transportation on Highway 76 because it was built as a county road, not a freeway, and so there's no room for bus stops. We support green enterprise zones in the county using building prefab net zero homes, which would enable 6,000 people to have good jobs, and then they would be able to afford net zero homes, which would become affordable for them. And we also think that renters have a major issue with affordability of their electricity. We need some ideas such as incentivizing landowners to homeowners who are renting out their houses to put solar panels on their houses so that renters aren't suffering high utility costs and creating more greenhouse gases. So we have a number of ideas. We'll be attending the meeting tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7749. 7749.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Connor Franklin Ray. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm with Sunrise Movement San Diego, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. We applaud Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Vargas's for their leadership on this proposal to develop a regional sustainability plan to help our region achieve zero carbon future. With local governments across the region struggling to meet basic climate goals and no local governments planning for zero carbon, as climate science says is necessary, we know we need a more coordinated regional approach, and this framework will provide the critical roadmap for doing so. We also recommend that this roadmap also identify how we prioritize communities of concern on the front lines of the climate crisis, as well as ensure a just transition for workers impacted by the transition to a clean energy economy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6770. 6770. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if we don't hear from you when we call your number, we'll return to you. Our next caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Here we go. Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Fletcher. My name is Rick Bates with Unite Here, Local 30. We are a diverse union representing more than 6,000 hotel and hospitality workers throughout San Diego County and are a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I am also individually one of more than 1,500 individuals who recently signed onto a letter asking for the county to take bold action to address the climate crisis. For the record, Unite Here Local 30 supports items 3 and 7. Every year, climate change presents itself in the San Diego region with more ferocity than the previous year. This year, we have the added crisis, and last year, we have the added crisis of the local economy ravaged by a global pandemic. Faced with these two existential crises, our region is in desperate need of a plan. Perhaps it could involve building economic policy into climate policy. Experts in the green economy believe we can create jobs and tackle global warming simultaneously, but it will involve pulling away from our tendencies to be insular and independent. It will require us to think as a region. We will have to come together as a people and be willing to prioritize communities of concern and all those hardworking families who have been on the front lines of the climate crisis for way too long. It will require us to include our brothers and sisters in the labor movement, those who have built their lives and raised their families on the very jobs that will be at risk of being displaced by a transition to a clean energy economy. Therefore, it is absolutely imperative that as a cornerstone of any plan or framework, that we ensure a just transition for any workers impacted by the shift to a zero carbon future. We are grateful for the leadership of our new supervisors and look forward to doing our part and working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2809. 2809.
Hey, this is Peter Anderson. I'm representing Sierra Club San Diego. I'm a resident of District 2. Sierra Club has already submitted to the County Board of Supervisors a plan which includes 70 specific items that should be in a climate action plan. First and foremost, we believe that the county should declare a climate emergency, and we're strongly in support of items 2 and 7 toward that end. It's a global emergency and it's a local emergency. We also believe you should immediately work toward establishing community choice aggregation. You should downzone lands in CAL FIRE's highest fire risk area and the highest VMT areas to prevent sprawl, to prevent traffic, to prevent fire, and to prevent greenhouse gas. You should borrow general plan amendments for increased commercial and residential development in the highest fire areas in the county. We also believe that all mitigation that's done for any new development in compliance with Judge Taylor's court order should be done within the county of San Diego. And any mitigation for projects in the area of disadvantaged communities need to be mitigated within that community. For example, if you build something in a low-income disadvantaged community, you need to do things such as improving, stopping the use of diesel within those communities or other mitigation measures to directly help those communities. I urge you to look at all 70 of our recommendations, which are extensive and we spent a lot of time with. We've been working with the county staff on coming forward with a fabulous climate action plan, and we commend the Board of Supervisors for their vote last week and urge them to approve items 3 and 7 today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1925. 1925.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Rita Clement. I am a San Diego 350 volunteer, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I am speaking in support of agenda item number 3 and number 7. We must commit to accelerating existing County of San Diego policy timelines to achieve 80% below 1990 levels of greenhouse gas emissions and net negative emissions by 2030. We need to close the climate gap when enacting climate safe policies to ensure lower income communities and communities of color are no longer disproportionately harmed. We must insist on equitable access to climate-friendly solutions. Urgent action is required to ensure a safe and healthy future for all. The climate crisis is here now, worse than anticipated, and accelerating, threatening all life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2007. 2007. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, I would like to thank Board of Supervisors Fletcher, Vargas, Lawson, Reamer. My name is Sonia Robinson. I'm representing Sun Sustainable Urban Network, and I am calling in support of items 3 and 7 today. I'm very excited by your leadership and ask for the county to move forward with these items for a full sustainable plan, as well as including energy democracy and asking for a business plan to consider a community-owned utilities, also known as public power, that generates, distributes renewable energy with a regenerative economy that will benefit our county. Affordability is a real place for many throughout our county. And I also, in addition, would like to ask for equity, diversity, and inclusion to be paramount in our sustainable plan. As we're looking at building industry, that is not only important when we're looking at diversity and inclusion, but it's essential. I'm available to help in this area, but in addition to that, we have a JEDI, which is a very known scorecard throughout our nation, which stands for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And I ask that we explore a JEDI scorecard as we're moving forward towards our sustainable plan here for the county. Thank you so much, as you guys are forward-thinking professionals that are willing to face our climate change, and very optimistic by your leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8569. 8569.
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Can you? Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. My name is Frank Landis, and this time I'm speaking on behalf of the California Native Plant Society. We strongly support the county developing a regional sustainability plan and support items 3 and 7. Last year, CNPS and a binational organization of around 10,000 members made a pledge to go carbon neutral by 2030 after a long debate that I was part of. I suspect most of the points we raised will be raised here. Mostly questions about what happens if we fail. We're not experts. What can we even do? But we decided we had to try. Even if our group fails to go carbon neutral in a decade, if it takes us 15 or 20 years, taking longer will be better than not trying at all. We're not experts, but we do care about climate change. We care about everybody's future. We care about native plants, and we decided we had to do our part, even if we didn't know how to do all of it quite yet. As a little nonprofit, we cannot go carbon neutral only through modifying our own activities. We can only attain our goal if governments, including San Diego County, do their part too. Decarbonizing California is both a top-down and a bottom-up process, and we look forward to working with the county to meet all of our goals. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8565. 8565.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Carolyn Schofield, and I'm a resident of Chula Vista, which is in District Number 1. And in Chula Vista, I'm a volunteer for the Climate Change Working Group, and also I'm on the Community Advisory Committee for San Diego Community Power. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking representing myself in support of agenda item number 3, developing a regional sustainability plan, and I also support agenda item number 7. Back to the regional sustainability plan, developing this kind of plan and then implementing it is necessary to address both the urgency and the scale of action needed in our region to help us meet the serious challenges of the climate crisis. It demonstrates that San Diego County is serious about facing these threats as a leader in our region and beyond, and I'm grateful. The most dangerous threats caused by greenhouse gas emissions come primarily from systemic infrastructure causes that rely on using fossil fuels for transportation, electricity, building, and land use, and more. Systemic causes require systemic solutions. These issues cannot be solved completely by individuals or even our cities alone. We must work together and follow through to solve them. A regional plan is a necessary and important beginning to assess the current effectiveness of climate action throughout our region and also determine best solutions moving forward. Input from community members, especially in communities of concern, must be prioritized in order to ensure both environmental and economic justice. And this is also an opportunity to capitalize on and support existing regional projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1904. 1904.
Thank you, Supervisor Fletcher. My name is Dave Myers, a lifelong San Diego County resident, District 2. We are currently in a climate crisis. Carbon emissions are a major contributor to global warming. Since 2003, I've personally experienced large-scale wildfires here in San Diego and again in 2007. Wildfires are getting worse. San Diego has taken steps to address climate action, but not enough. You have a proposal before you today presented by Vice Chair Vargas and Supervisor Lawson-Remer that creates a framework for developing a plan to guide San Diego County towards zero carbon emissions. Please be the leaders we look to set attainable goals of zero carbon emissions. We must reach zero emissions. Please support items 3 and number 7 for the framework. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7335. 7335.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Robert Carr, and I'm a volunteer for SD 350, a San Diego Green New Deal Alliance member. I fully support Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Vargas' proposal to develop a regional sustainability plan for the County of San Diego. We need a more coordinated approach to meet regional climate goals and needed zero carbon targets, and this roadmap is critical for doing so. We encourage the roadmap to prioritize communities of concern, as well as a just transition for workers impacted by this transition to a clean energy economy. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8340. 8340.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Lucero Sanchez with San Diego Coastkeeper. I'd like to thank you for your leadership on proposing items 3 and 7. The time to act is now, and the county must lead by example. I echo a lot of the comments made already and would like to add that water, energy, and climate change are undeniably linked. Nearly 20% of the state's energy consumption is water transport and use, and the State Water Board has acknowledged that mitigating climate change necessarily entails reducing the energy intensity of the water sector and replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy. We ask that you move forward with a bold, zero carbon regional sustainability plan and that it includes investing in stormwater management. We also ask that you move forward with a climate advisory committee. We remain committed to working with the county as well as our environmental partners in order to keep moving forward towards a more climate resilient and environmentally just San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7885. 7885.
Hello, my name is Carl Aldinger, and I'm a conservation organizer speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. Sierra Club San Diego is the county's oldest and largest grassroots environmental organization with more than 15,000 members. We are also a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. We are in full support of item 3, the bold initiative to create regional sustainability plan in San Diego to achieve zero carbon by 2035. This is a noble and necessary effort, and we applaud it. We anticipate that this plan must include drastically reduced vehicle miles traveled by instead using active transportation and zero emissions mass transit. The plan must focus on proper enforcement of SB 743 when new development is considered, thereby focusing on infill and never sprawl. We expect to see a plan for full building decarbonization and rapid local deployment of 100% renewable energy and energy storage. We expect to see a plan which is rooted in climate justice and a just transition for workers who must change careers or retire. We do not expect to see plans to utilize nuclear power or small modular reactors. We do not expect to see plans to continue the use of natural gas, including the non-workable solution of carbon capture and storage. Please make these plans about practical technologies that are working today. We're also in full support of item 7, the creation of the Climate Advisory Committee, because the climate crisis is the greatest threat this board has had to address. We must prioritize climate crisis accordingly. We appreciate the county board taking the leadership role, both to revise its own climate action plan and also to move forward with this regional sustainability plan, which may prove to be a guide for the integrated team effort all of San Diego cities and unincorporated areas need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4109. 4109.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Bay. I'm the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. There's over 5,700 farms within the County of San Diego working to turn a profit. Full-time, part-time, large, small, conventional, organic, urban, rural, established, and just starting out. Nearly 70% of the San Diego County farms are 1 to 9 acres in size. 35% are operated by women, and we have more organic certified growers than any other county in the nation. Carbon sequestration in soils and vegetation is one of the few ways in which communities can simultaneously address climate mitigation and climate resilience. In a community in which agriculture is the 5th largest contributor to the local economy, we cannot afford to ignore an opportunity to reduce our climate impacts in ways that strengthen food security, regenerate natural resources, and boost our agricultural sector. To truly solve your local carbon crisis, you need to allow for the creation and implementation of local agricultural carbon sequestration banks. These ag mitigation banks will not only provide much needed carbon sequestration credits, but they'll also bolster the local economy and the regional food security. And I'm speaking today to formally request the inclusion of the farming community within your carbon farming stakeholder groups. Perhaps you're not aware, but there is an active and engaged carbon farming task force in San Diego County. The Carbon Farming Task Force is a large coalition of farmers, nonprofits, academics, government agencies, and social justice advocates, moderated by the Farm Bureau, and collectively working together to ensure we can stop the decline of agriculture by promoting methods that not only reduce the emissions of existing agricultural operations, but encourage new agricultural plantings. Regardless of your voting location in the county, all of the supervisors and all of your constituents meet a farmer 3 times a day when you sit down to eat. We hope you will include the farming community in your climate advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4546. 4546.
Good morning. My name is Jim Wong. Given the dire state of our climate, my city of Encinitas has declared a climate emergency. And so have the cities of San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and over 1,800 jurisdictions around the world. That's because we are in an existential emergency. And if we let it slide too far, we'll be trapped in an intolerable climate. We have a responsibility to our future generations to not let that happen. That's why it's essential that everyone, including San Diego County, work hard to avert this crisis. This zero carbon sustainability plan is exactly what we need. Please approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8025. 8025.
Yeah, Honorable Chair and board members. I'm Mike Bullock. I live in Oceanside. A climate action plan must be a climate stabilization plan. Therefore, because cars emit the most greenhouse gas, the plan must identify a set of enforceable measures that will reduce emissions from cars enough to achieve our first climate stabilizing target, which is 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. But not all enforceable measures are appropriate at the local level. Because 2030 is so soon, pricing enforceable measures are needed. A means-based road use charge is best implemented at the state or federal level. You need to lobby the state, but you also need to get SANDAG to lobby to incorporate a road use charge into their 5 big moves. A good car parking system that includes pricing and payout can be done by the county, but you need SANDAG to also understand the urgent need for a good car parking system and to incorporate that into its 5 big moves. The car parking system that you will need to introduce to SANDAG has 4 features. First, it's value priced with a congestion pricing algorithm when needed. Second, it is shared. Third, it is fully automated. And fourth, its earnings go to employees with an added feature that employees that drive every single day will break even, which means that employees can opt out of the program if they want. Please move forward on a sustainability plan. I support your target of 0 by 2035 that should support the science-based 2030 requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1436. 1436.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Fletcher and County Supervisors. My name is Tara Hammond, founder of Hammond Climate Solutions. I would like to thank Supervisors Vargas and Lawson-Remer for bringing forward a regional sustainability plan to assist our region in achieving a zero carbon future. I have been involved with local climate advocacy for 14 years and have been disappointed as we've watched local governments unable to meet basic climate goals. We need a coordinated regional approach, and I'm excited that the county can finally take a leadership role in acting on climate and moving the region towards zero carbon. I request that this roadmap identify how we can prioritize communities of concern being impacted the most by the climate crisis and ensure a just transition for workers as we rightfully move towards zero carbon. Thank you so much for your time, consideration, and leadership.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2897. 2897. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if we don't hear from you and your number is called, we'll come back to you. Our next speaker is 3135. 3135.
Hello, Honorable Chair Fletcher and County Supervisors. My name is Shayla Ott, and I'm with Hammond Climate Solutions, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. First, I wanted to emphasize my gratitude for Supervisors Lawson, Reamer, and Vargas for their leadership on this proposal to develop a regional sustainability plan to help our region achieve a zero carbon future. We continue to see local governments across the region struggle to meet basic climate goals, and no local governments planning for zero carbon, which the science says is necessary to prevent the worst impacts from climate change. Most of us know we need a more coordinated regional approach, and this framework will provide that critical roadmap for doing so. We recommend that this framework also identify how communities of concern will be prioritized as they suffer the effects of climate change disproportionately. We also recommend that this framework ensures a just transition for workers impacted by the transition to a decarbonized energy economy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0156. 0156. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, if we don't hear from you and your number is called, we'll come back to you. Our next caller is 7641. 7641.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Malika Marsden calling in on behalf of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance, a coalition of 51 organizations dedicated to a zero carbon region by 2035. We are here to express our strong support for the development of this regional sustainability plan and want to thank Supervisor Lawson, Reamer, and Vargas for their leadership on this. For almost 2 years, our alliance has been pushing hard for commitments to a zero carbon region, and creating a roadmap to getting there has been one of our biggest priorities. So needless to say, we are thrilled by this proposal. We want to emphasize that this plan should identify how we will prioritize equity for communities of concern, as well as identify how we will ensure a just transition for workers impacted in a green economy. Additionally, we would like to eventually see this plan coupled with the establishment of a regional climate authority to most effectively realize these goals. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3725. 3725.
Hello, my name is Ann Feeney, and I live in District 3. I'm a member of San Diego 350, the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition, and San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I'm thankful that Supervisors Lawson, Reamer, and Vargas have had the vision to propose establishing a regional sustainability plan, which has as its centerpiece achieving zero carbon emissions by 2035 for the entire San Diego region. Greenhouse gas emissions continue to soar at a rate much faster than previously predicted, and so we must be far more aggressive about fighting the climate crisis than ever before. Achieving zero carbon emissions by 2035 is a bold goal, but it's one that we must achieve. However, many cities are not meeting their climate goals, and some have not even established good climate strategies. This regional plan will hopefully provide a framework for how the San Diego region as a whole can achieve this zero carbon goal in a coordinated fashion. I urge the board to approve moving forward with this regional sustainability plan to establish a roadmap for how we can achieve zero carbon. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3744. 3744. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, if we don't hear from you when we call your number, we will come back to you. Our next speaker is 5188. 5188.
Hi, my name is Tama Becker-Verano, and I'm the founder of the indivisible group Change Begins With Me, and we're also a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I live in District 3, so special shout out to Supervisor Lawson Reamer, as well as Supervisor Vargas for putting forth a original sustainability plan. San Diego has magnificent natural features, productive farmlands, a capable and available workforce, and world-class universities and businesses. At the same time, the region faces significant challenges in the areas of economic development, affordable living, land use, natural disasters, and natural resource protection. Since these issues relate to one another in complex ways, a comprehensive approach to sustainability planning is necessary. Understanding this need for a regional integrated approach acknowledges that we can no longer rely on piecemeal and short-sighted, short-term solutions to the massive challenge of climate change. Quite frankly, we are behind more proactive counties, which makes it imperative that we take aggressive steps now to make up for inaction and poorly implemented actions of the past. Zero carbon can only be achieved through governmental leadership. Individual actions alone are not sufficient. Moving on to support item 7, the first step is developing a regional sustainability plan is to ensure our efforts are properly staffed and supported through the placement of highly knowledgeable and skilled environmental scientists, scholars, frontline organizations, members of the community most impacted, and young folks whose very future is on the line. These diverse stakeholders must actively participate to create a thorough, transparent, and balanced plan that puts environmental and racial justice and communities of concern front and center. They can hold stakeholder workshops that address economic development, transportation, waste management, water and waste treatment, energy, livable communities, housing, working lands, open space, local foods, and agriculture, and education and energy technology. We have no shortage of talent in San Diego, so let's put these special people to the task of protecting our environment and our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2609. 2609.
Good morning. This is Dwight Worden. I'm the Deputy Mayor for the City of Del Mar, and I'm calling to register my support for items 3 and 7. You should have received this morning a letter from our mayor expressing strong support for the program, and I echo her concerns. Here in Del Mar, we adopted a climate action plan in 2016. We were one of the leading cities to do that. We set what at the time seemed to be very aggressive goals. We set goals to achieve 50% renewable energy by 2020 and 100% renewable energy by 2035. And we set goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 15% by 2020 and 50% by 2035. We met our 2020 goals, but it is now very clear we're not going to be able to meet even our 2030 and 35 goals, and certainly not to achieve carbon neutrality as is being proposed in the program before you today. If we're going to have a shot at that, along with the 18 other cities, we're going to need to have the kind of regional approach that's being proposed. So I acknowledge that that's not only the right way to do it, it's the only way to do it. The problems we need to wrestle to the ground are all regional, not just in developing policies on how to actually control emissions, but in terms of data monitoring, data collection, and reporting. If we need to be able to monitor on a regional basis what's going on in each jurisdiction so we can adjust and adapt and make sure we meet our regional goals. With regard to partnering with EPIC, we partnered with EPIC in our city and had an excellent experience. They're terrific. That's a very good move. I note I followed with interest the county's history with its prior climate action plan efforts and your bumpy road in the courts, and I applaud this new approach, which I think will move us from a policy of confrontation to one of cooperation. I look forward to me and my city working with you, and thank you to all of you for supporting this important program. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2953. 2953.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. My name is Alexander Hahn, and I'm a volunteer of the Sunrise Movement, which is also a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. So I'm calling to support items 3 and 7. I'd like to thank Supervisor Lawson Reamer and Vargas for stepping up to take this regional sustainability plan. And I also want to add to also think about how we plant trees, because in formerly redlined areas, according to an NPR New York Times article, they did a study on 108 U.S. urban areas. Neighborhoods that were formerly redlined in the 1930s as very poor are on average 5 degrees hotter than neighborhoods that were rated very highly. And so this is because these neighborhoods who were identified as very poor have a lot more black spaces and blacktop, which absorb more heat, and less green spaces with trees that cool the surrounding environment and neighborhoods. So if we want to correct the impacts of redlining in Black and brown communities in terms of health and energy, we need to be investing in these redline spaces, formerly redline spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3744. 3744. You may be on mute on your end.
Hello, supervisors. Good morning. My name is David Robertson. I live in District 3, and I'm a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I'm calling in support of both items 3 and 7, and I'd hope to see unanimous support for these items from all the supervisors. As we all know, a strong body of scientific evidence underscores the imperative of implementing decarbonization plans in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And with local governments across the county finding it difficult to meet the most basic climate goals, and currently no local governments planning for zero carbon, which is what climate science experts are telling us we need to do, we must create a much more collaborative strategy that requires a zero carbon goal. And the recommendations that Supervisors Vargas and Lawson Reamer are calling for, which includes partnering with the UC San Diego School of Global Policy and Strategy to harness the power of world-class experts, will do this. And in addition to reducing the grave risks of climate change, we can also provide a strong foundation for continued economic growth for our region. Of course, as part of this plan, I want to echo what others have said, that we must identify how we prioritize communities of concern, as well as ensure a just transition for workers impacted by the transition to a clean energy economy. We can do this. We can meet the goal of a zero carbon region by 2035. We've got the technology, we've got the policy know-how, but we've got to act fast. We've got to act now. We've got to be bold, and we got to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6979. 6979.
Good morning, Pam Hetherington, Environmental Center of San Diego, and also a participant in the Green New Deal Alliance. Thank you for your actions protecting the bare threads of our social contract with one another. And thank you, Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Vargas, for your bold and long overdue actions. Developing a regional sustainability plan is germane to our reaching net zero carbon emissions. Hand in hand with developing a regional sustainability plan are the minds that make it work. The opportunity to bring together highly knowledgeable and skilled scientists, educators, key organizations, community members, and our youth guarantees a robust plan and fair participation. You have our support for the creation of the Regional Sustainability Plan and Advisory Committee. It affords collaboration, is community-centered, and sends a message to future generations we are serious and doing all we can at this level to assure a planet they can live on. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1590. 1590. 1590. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, if you don't respond when we call on you, we'll come back to you. Our next caller is 9250. 9250.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and supervisors. My name is Alex Farron, and I serve as chair of the San Diego Surfrider Foundation. San Diego has a heavily developed coastline, and that development is directly threatened by rising seas. Our risk is previewed clearly during every high tide event throughout the year. As a result, San Diego is in dire need of strong action to mitigate our impact on climate change. This framework will provide that critical roadmap for doing so. Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Vargas, we are grateful to you for proposing this action and look very forward to working together for a zero carbon San Diego.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9364. 9364.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I'm walking out of this room.
Please mute your other device.
Good morning, Chair Nathan Fletcher and supervisors. I very, very much appreciate the bold action that Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Vargas are taking in presenting this plan. I urge support for both 3 and 7. This is long overdue. I also would like to echo the putting in the forefront the just transition for our workers that are going to need to change jobs to create this net zero goal. Moving forward, please keep them in the trend in their forward thinking of how to incorporate that. And I also want to thank Supervisor Vargas for giving her message, part of her message in Spanish. It reminded me that when this new crew of supervisors were installed, there was a gentleman who asked that these meetings be done in Spanish for the entirety so that it is much more accessible within our community. I know this is not germane to this particular agenda item. I will bring it forward in non-agenda public comment, but it just reminded me that there are a lot of people that still don't have that access. So again, I really appreciate items 3 and 7 and urge a yes vote and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the record?
I'm so sorry. Michelle Krug.
Thanks so much. Our next speaker is 5513. 5513.
Hello.
Hi there.
Oh, I wasn't sure I was on. Thank you for taking my call. This is Carol McManus. I live in Cardiff by the Sea, and I am calling as a private resident as well as a spokesperson for our environmental group, People for a Cool Future. We strongly support any ambitious plan on climate change, and we strongly support items number 3 and 7. I just wanted to add a little bit of information that we just read the latest survey regarding climate change, and they found that a majority of registered voters of both parties strongly support initiatives to fight climate change. And as a personal comment, I've lived in Cardiff for over 40 years, and we are personally familiar with many devastating impacts of climate change, in particular the effects of firestorms. Our children attended La Costa Canyon when it was ravaged by fire surrounding the school. We ourselves had to evacuate in 2007. My son had to evacuate in Oceanside in 2017. So fire is a real concern for North County, as well as the devastation to our oceans and ocean acidification. So I personally wanted to support this issue and support every board member and thank every board member for voting yes on item 3. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5195. 5195.
Good morning again. This is Jim Whalen in support of items 3 and 7. Again, coming from the business perspective, fully supportive of the goal of zero carbon. The only thing I'll say is there's been so much work already done. Please leverage that. And what's been missing is the political will, which is obviously showing here now. The regional approach makes sense, especially given the alignment with the city of San Diego. I really like the involvement of UCSD. We really need more integration of this university with the community. I will leave you with 4 key recommendations. To 1, get the county CCA going. They need your help. 2, electric cars. San Diego County doesn't have and probably won't get transit, so focus on those. Number 3, the general plan amendment is going to be needed to align land use and climate change. Today, the general plan ties your hands. And 4, remember the key role that the MSCP plays in carbon sequestration. And as a final note, I like all the coordination with the entities that you've got, like the city and the port, but be sure to add in the San Diego Foundation, who are also working on local carbon offset programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2897. 2897.
Hello, my name is Ernesto Espinosa, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I am speaking in support of both items 3 and 7, and I am speaking on behalf of me, myself, and I. I believe a framework for achieving zero carbon emissions in the region is long overdue. Reporting that I've seen in just the last couple of days says that global ice sheets are melting much faster than even the worst projections. And this, of course, will have direct impacts to our county. The impact to our regional weather will be extreme, with drought hitting us even harder. Our backcountry is already burning with greater frequency, and sea rise will occur faster than anticipated. Our county has plenty of mesas that rise well above any sea rise, but we have our valleys as well. We have a rail line that runs very close to the coast that is already having to frequently shore up bluffs that it sits on top of. We have homes on top of eroding bluffs. Achieving zero carbon emissions by 2035 shouldn't even be a question. That is the bare minimum. I've also seen reporting that says we are past the ability to prevent the 2% increase that will kick off a feedback loop of continuous warming. We need to stop waiting for other regions to lead and start becoming leaders ourselves. We need to be looking at how we can reverse climate change, not just stop the acceleration of it. We as a technology hub should be looking at creating zones that will spur research into carbon capture technologies. Climate change is happening, and regions that lead in the development of technologies that will combat it will prosper economically. To close, I would just like to say that I live farther from the beach than I would like to or can afford to. But that doesn't mean I want the beach to move closer to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0156. 0156.
Good morning, Chair Fletcher and Supervisors. I'm George Corser, Conservation Chair for Sierra Club San Diego, which supports developing a regional sustainability plan. Today's agenda item 3 may be the most consequential Board of Supervisor decision in 20 years. What you are undertaking is historic. The stability of our local climate has never been more crucial. In conjunction with the cities, the county can now direct establishment of a regional approach to the climate emergency. This regional approach to the climate crisis would establish a framework to achieve the goal of zero carbon across San Diego County as rapidly as possible. There's no room for half measures or token appeasement in our climate action plan. Robust and effective planning for a zero carbon future requires an enforceable climate action plan as a benchmark. Today's actions bring us that much closer to our zero carbon goal. Our thanks to Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer and Vice Chair Nora Vargas for their leadership in introducing the sustainable plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1590. 1590.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Bertha Rodriguez with Climate Action Campaign, which is a member of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance. I am calling in support of the proposal to develop a regional sustainability plan to help our region achieve a zero carbon future. We must reject the complicity of our current handling of the climate crisis and insist on a united San Diego region and where we can create climate policies for all San Diegans. We need a new approach to the climate crisis, an approach that enables us to radically transform how we work as a county that prioritizes collaborative, innovative, and equitable transitions to 100% renewable energy. Furthermore, communities of color lived experiences are continuously silenced while their communities are the most impacted by climate change. Therefore, they should be a central part of the regional plan. And we must ensure a just transition for workers who will be impacted by green economy. The leadership of Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Vargas on a regional sustainability plan is an important step towards a zero carbon future. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next caller is 3250. 3250. If you'd like to address the board on item 3, please press *6 now. 3250. If not, that was our last speaker on item 3. So Chair Fletcher, that concludes public testimony on this item.
Thank you. I want to thank again all those speakers who called in on this item. Appreciate Supervisors Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Vargas bringing it forward. At this point, I would ask Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Vargas if they'd like to make a motion and a second for the adoption of this, and then we can begin board deliberation.
I don't know where Supervisor Remer, you want to make the motion?
We're happy to. I'll make a motion to pass this item.
And I will second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We'll go to Supervisor Anderson for comments.
Thank you very much. So I think it's important for us to move forward, but I had a quick question. We have 18 local governments. Are we going to do any outreach to them before we do any kind of contracting? My concern is they may have additional questions or concerns. We're talking about having information provided to us that's useful, and it's not just an exercise. And I'm not saying that they all have to input, but perhaps they have some concerns and we can address their concerns in the overarching look at this. Is there a plan to reach out to them before we go it alone, knowing that, that's a lot of population, that's a lot that isn't part of the solution, and if we can include them, it'd make more sense to me.
Supervisor Fletcher, I'm happy to answer that if that's helpful.
Yep.
Sure. So thank you very much, Supervisor Anderson. I think to make sure it's clear from the board letter we've put forward, that we've instructed the folks that we would be contracting with to build on an existing analysis that's already been done by EPIC, which has consulted with multiple jurisdictions across San Diego County to better assess what measures that they're taking, as well as to ensure that there's both space for public comment and space to consult with multiple jurisdictions as this analysis moves forward. And in fact, that's part of why we are quite excited that EPIC will be partnering with UCSD to do this work, because they can help lead those conversations.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it's a whole new world. Everything's changed since last year. We have a new board on our board. Some of those cities have new boards and new goals. And, you know, if I may, I would just suggest that we front load into it to do another reach out. If there's a simple question that can be addressed, I'd rather have more people working together than going through a lot of effort that's not going to be followed or adopted. So I appreciate that they're building on what they did, but if you went a year ago on this board, it looked a lot differently towards our future. And when we think about just over the last 3 weeks, how many policy changes we've made, I think that those other local government, 18 can't be too hard to reach out to. And if they want to participate, great. If they don't, so be it. But I'm just worried that it's all changed. Many of the boards have changed their outlooks, and I just want to make sure that we're as inclusive as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other board members, comments or questions?
I think I would just emphasize to Supervisor Anderson, I think that one of the things that I think is really critical is to ensure that the cities are our partners in this process. And so there's going to be an opportunity for us to engage them as well. So I just want to emphasize Supervisor Lawson-Remer's comments. And I do agree with you and that it's important and things are changing. And we're only going to be able to do this if we do it together. So I think you just know that you have our commitment that they will be engaged.
Just as a final note, looking at this in item 7, I know we haven't gotten to item 7, but technology has changed dramatically. And one of my concerns is, as they're moving forward, I'd like them to be open-minded to all solutions, including any kind of wave technology that we may harness, because that's 24/7. And I don't want them going in with a narrow view of what the future could bring. So thank you. With that, do you need a motion or?
We have one. Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Excellent.
Motion in a second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Believe it or not, I also agree we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. You know, we can only dirty up the air and the water so much, and we have to make sure we clean it up and stop doing those practices. However, I do want to ask that, you know, the Farm Bureau had called in, and there's a lot of farming in my district, and they're big business. You know, more plants will help help soak up some of the carbon emissions out there. So I want to make sure or actually have them as part of a stakeholder in any advisory or committee outreach for the Farm Bureau to be at the table. But you know, one of the key strategies is mentioned to reduce greenhouse gases is through land use. And as we know, the housing here is at a premium, and we have many major shortage of homes for our young families and for first-time buyers. And the state, via the SANDAG process, is requiring that the unincorporated area provide 6,700 new housing units through the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, RHNA, by 2028. That's almost 1,000 housing units a year requirement in the unincorporated areas that we cannot ignore. I'd like to ask the board to be cognizant of the housing crisis that we were in and not to implement land use policy that would create even a greater disparity for home ownership within the county. So we've got some obligations to live up to. We got the air to clean up, the greenhouse gases to clean up, but we also have housing, and we need to do that in a balanced mode. And just a quick comment on technology. I appreciate Supervisor Anderson's mention of that. You know, I'm old enough to remember smog days. They used to have a big, you know, smog warning and air smog days, and we've primarily has been cleaned up through technology. I think there's probably 4 or 5 times as many cars on the roads now as there were when we used to have these smog day alerts, and it was primarily cleaned up with technology. So I'd like to make sure that we emphasize technology when looking forward to the greenhouse gas reduction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. With that, we have a motion by Supervisor Vargas, a second by Supervisor Lawson Reamer to approve agenda item 3. Seeing no other board member comments or questions, I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson Reamer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, congratulations. Let's move to, let's take agenda item 7. Obviously, it's very similar and in the same vein and same thread. And so I think we will do this and then we will come back and tackle agenda item 4. Agenda item 7, framework for our future, establishing a climate advisory committee to coordinate and strengthen county climate action. This is also brought forward by Supervisors Lawson Reamer and Supervisor Vargas. I will ask them before we get to public comment if they would like to introduce this item or if they prefer to wait until after we hear from the public.
Yes, before I would like to actually start a recommendation from 1D before we actually, is this the appropriate time to do that, Chair?
Yeah, you can make a motion. Okay,
I'll make the motion while also striking recommendation 1D. It's our understanding that AB 423 removed functions from the AP's Air Pollution Control District from the purview of this board. So I move to support this item. And I think this advisory committee is necessary for our county to have a strong commitment to addressing climate action and climate justice policies. And so as we move forward with our climate action plan and a new direction with the board, it is important to work with our county staff and stakeholders to bring community-led climate justice policies into action. So I'm really looking forward to working with Supervisor Lawson Reamer in this subcommittee. I know we're going to do great things together and bring them back to our board as a whole. And so I would like to officially make a motion with the recommendation.
All right, so it's a motion to approve agenda item 7. I would reference board members and public to the errata form, which represents the changes from the original docket, with the addition of striking under 1D, striking Air Pollution Control District Air Protection Program AB 617 and Community Emission Reduction Plans. We will strike that. And so it will be the present agenda item 7 errata form minus 1D. So that would be a motion.
I'd like to second that motion. I'm really just so excited to see this moving forward. I'm very proud to partner with Vice Chair Vargas, and hopefully we can create this advisory committee and have a mandate to address climate change and its impacts in San Diego County. And I hope to hear more public comment on this item because there's no question that in my very brief time so far in office, this has been an issue of top concern. We received more than 1,400 signatures on a petition calling for action today. And it certainly is time to listen to San Diego County residents who are increasingly demanding action on climate policy with a focus on environmental justice and equity.
Wonderful. So we have a motion and a second. Let's go to public comment and then we'll come back to board deliberation. I'll ask the clerk to call those public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions provided to you. I'll note for the record that we received 69 e-comments on this item and we have 15 individuals that have requested to address the board. We'll be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. You will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. I'd remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if you could please identify the first caller.
Yes, thank you. Our first caller is 8046. 8046.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Noah Harris with Climate Action Campaign, calling in support of the establishment of this Climate Advisory Committee. We applaud the supervisors for seeking to align all county climate efforts, especially the county CAP and this newly forming regional sustainability plan via this committee. With the ever-increasing urgency of the climate crisis, the board must move forward with comprehensive and bold climate action as soon as possible, and we believe this committee will support that effort. On that note, we want to urge the board to ensure that stakeholders, including community members and organizations fighting the climate crisis, be able to track and participate in this committee. community engagement will be critical in creating an equitable zero carbon climate action plan and regional sustainability plan. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9364. 9364.
This is Michelle Krug, and again, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. Within your first 30 days of being on this board, both Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Vargas, I appreciate that you two will be serving in overseeing this coming to pass, because I really trust your commitment to equity and diversity. So again, thank you for bringing this forward so quickly into your terms. And I look forward to great new moves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 9258. 9258. Please press *6 if you'd like to address the board on item 7. And if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. Our next speaker is 8688. 8688. Hello.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to talk about my La Playa plan, which is online at tinyurl.com, 2019-01-30A. And a good example of it is actually your great County Administration Center, which was completed in 1938. And it was by Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal program and the Works Progress Administration. And so for your county building, it actually is a structural bathtub foundation with 2 levels of subterranean basement that actually gets rid of the seismic hazard of liquefaction and can actually protect against climate change, because you could actually build up and water will not get into your building compared to every other building in the port and the airport and the Midway area. The only other building that has this bathtub foundation is actually the port building. And so what my La Playa plan is a full tideland reclamation project of the port, the airport, and the Midway corridor also, where you go down to 50 to 50 feet deep, and then you could actually create space that could be used to capture stormwater, could be used to have all our transportation underground instead of above ground, gets rid of the seismic hazard of liquefaction. And in order to do that, you would actually have to establish a new bulkhead elevation, because we established it in 1850, and nothing has changed for over 170 years. The same engineering we use now is used today with our porous bulkhead. And so with the, for sea level rise adaptation, you could have urban stormwater capture right there across on the train tracks using a structural cistern bathtub foundation, waterproof and watertight bulkheads. And, it actually would be a great thing. And one of the other things that, thank you so much for my time. Thanks, bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8025. 8025.
Honorable Chair and board members, Mike Bullock, Oceanside. As I've said, a climate action plan must be a climate stabilization plan. Its most important feature is its set of enforceable measures that will, taken together, achieve the earliest needed climate stabilizing target. As you know, my focus is cars, but others focus on electricity generation, the phase out of natural gas. Others focus on mixed use, urban planning, transit, bicycles, and other forms of active transportation. There is carbon farming, meaning methods of farming that sequester carbon in the soil. Carbon capture will probably need to play a role. Short-term pollutants must be considered, and so on. You need to have an advisory committee that will cover all the ways we can reduce greenhouse gases in our Earth's atmosphere. Frankly, my observation over the years is that neither staff nor consultants can be counted on to come up with the meaningful measures that are needed. Your advisory committee will need to generate meaningful measures. I'd like to thank Supervisor Vargas for supporting two important resolutions, one about a car parking system and one about a road use charge. And I think that shows the kind of thinking that we need. And I hope this will receive the full 5 votes. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7522. 7522.
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and supervisors. I want to add my voice to those that have already called in support of this measure, and I urge the board to approve it unanimously. Thank you.
Can I get your name, please, for the record?
Harold Standerfer, resident of Encinitas.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is 5195. 5195. And if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 75.
I've already offered my comments. Thank you.
Our next caller is 7522. 7522. If you'd like to address the board, please press *6. And if not, again, we're on item number 7. If you'd like to address the board on item 7, 4082. 4082.
Hi, my name is Seska Kabuhat. I am a volunteer of the Sunrise Movement and live in Hillcrest. In establishing the Climate Advisory Committee, I ask that appointees of the committee are made of community members of frontline communities such as Barrio Logan and those whose land was stolen from, such as the Kumeyaay. Earlier callers mentioned equity. However, it is imperative that those of frontline communities who have been the intentional targets of environmental racism have the first say and seat at the table when it comes to the Climate Advisory Committee. It is imperative that those whose land was stolen from and extracted from that created this climate crisis are given their land back before we ask for their generations of wisdom on how to create a regenerative plan. So I ask the Board of Supervisors, it is time to follow their direction, their wisdom, and crucial experience of how the climate crisis has been affecting them for years. Also, the climate crisis is an immigration issue, and the world will have 150 million climate change refugees by 2050. We have to stop criminalizing immigration and include immigration as part of this Climate Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3250. 3250. If you'd like to address the board on this item, please press *6 now. And if not, that is the last speaker on this item, Chair Fletcher. So that appears to conclude public testimony on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you to everyone who called in on this item. We presently have a motion and a second on agenda item 7. Let's go to board member comments or questions. Supervisor Anderson, I see your hand raised, and then Supervisor Desmond next. Oh, Supervisor Desmond, we'll start with you.
Yeah,
Supervisor Anderson had a legacy hand from the last item.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're voting on the errata and removing 1D on this item 7. You may have said it, but I didn't hear it, so I just want to make sure.
That is correct, Supervisor. So it is the errata form version of agenda item 7 with 1D being struck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Supervisor Anderson.
I don't know what the plans are moving forward, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I think that this is such a pivotal committee and it has such great responsibilities. I'd like I don't know if this should be an amendment moving forward or how we get there, but I'd like for them to report out at every meeting. And maybe we should do that with all these committees that we're creating, just so, even if there's no update. But I think that we're moving a lot of items, and in this, it has such a huge impact to our community. I think it'd be great to have it reported out at every meeting.
We can go to the authors of the measure and the makers of the motion to get their thoughts. In general, board subcommittees really vary widely. We have some that might meet once or twice a year. We have some that may not meet for 10 years. But the purpose of a board subcommittee is just to allow two supervisors to really dig into an issue, and then every recommendation has to come back to the full board, because the governing authority around decisions around the County of San Diego rests with the entirety of the Board of Supervisors, all 5 members. But we do periodically create board subcommittees that dive into an issue. But again, the intent behind them is that any substantive change would again have to come back to the full board. And so I don't know that we'd want to create a structure where every board subcommittee in existence has to report back at every meeting, because again, some of them may meet every 3 or 4 years or as needed. But I'm happy to, I think would be appropriate to kick it to the makers of the motion and the authors of the board letter on what they are comfortable with about sharing or reporting progress on the actions of the subcommittee.
Can I ask a question? I appreciate this. I think the spirit of the question is a wonderful one, right? Is we want to have maximum transparency and participation, and I think the question really is how do we achieve that in a way that is efficient. So I really love the spirit of the suggestion. So I guess I just want to have a question for Supervisor Fletcher and Supervisor Vargas, who've been working on this COVID subcommittee, which is meeting 24/7, day in, day out, really constantly. And I would say is certainly meeting much more frequently than probably we will be doing on the climate committee. So what do you think would make sense for the COVID committee? Because I think that would be sort of the model, and then we'd want to report out less on the climate committee as sort of, I just don't understand. I just want your thoughts.
The COVID situation is not a good model for what's normal. Because COVID is a declared public state of emergency. COVID also has specific executive actions that are authority from the governor that change the normal configurations of the Brown Act as it relates to dealing with this. So I would view the COVID subcommittee as a completely separate entity, both statutorily because of the declared state of emergency, because of the public pandemic, and because of multiple executive orders from the governor that treat COVID differently in county structures than anything else that we deal with. And so I would really compare this climate subcommittee with the committee we created around fiscal policy, or the subcommittee that was created around transparency, or any of the normal ones that we have. Again, because they're vastly different in terms of the configuration or even the underlying legal assumptions. So I would treat COVID as a unique and standalone one, and then look at the rest of them together. In general, subcommittees don't report back to the full board unless they have a recommendation that they are asking the board to consider. And so a subcommittee might work on an issue. We have a subcommittee on the waterfront park, and we might meet and work on an issue and do something. But if there's change that is desired, then that is brought back to the full board generally by the two supervisors who are on the subcommittee.
So maybe a way to think about this would be that if the subcommittee meets, then we can report back, right? So then we're not creating some kind of strange reporting where there's nothing happening, right? But that sort of is a thing that would make sense kind of across the board. When if a committee meets, they report back, but so often committees don't meet.
Yeah, we also generally, our agenda is generally structured around board actions. And so if the subcommittee wanted to propose a policy change for the county, then you would docket something that would be a change. We could docket things for informational purposes, and if you wanted to provide an update. I think probably the best way to go is just as, if the subcommittee is established and is successful in the vote today, as you have something to share and report, you could bring that and make a presentation. Other supervisors could certainly request and ask, hey, we'd like to get an update on what you're doing. And then I think in the spirit of cooperation, you all would be happy to do that. Another option you could always do is you could circulate a memo, kind of updating some of your progress to board offices. That is an option as well. But I think in general, I think probably the best thing would be when you have something that you want to update the board on, whether it's an action you want taken or an update, then we would docket that and give an update. Or if another supervisor wanted to know, hey, what's going on? What have you been doing? Then they could request you to do that. But again, it would be at your discretion. I think that'd probably be the cleanest way.
So my instinct is to defer to that guidance, but I would love to hear what my co-author thinks and follow her vision on this.
Yeah, let's go to Supervisor Vargas, and we'll go to Supervisor Desmond.
I was just trying to figure out what is the issue that we're trying to address. Are we concerned that we're Supervisor Anderson?
Can I just add clarity? So unlike those other subcommittees, while I wouldn't mind reporting out with them, they're not going to have the same impact as this. You're taking on a huge issue that's going to have impact on every San Diegan's life in the county, which is a good thing. That's not a bad thing. But there's no way under the Brown Act for me to share any ideas I have or to even think about what you're thinking about without it being in a public a forum of some sort. And, I'm voting for this, but I'd like to have some input into it as we move down the line. And under the Brown Act, I have zero ability. And instead,
Well, actually, another.
Hey, I have a quick question. It'd be nice if there was some mechanism that we could use that worked within the Brown Act that allowed other participation.
Actually, Supervisor Anderson, under the Brown Act, you're able to share information as long as we're not taking votes, right? And so your team can share information with our teams.
Let's ask council for clarification on that. Can we get council to clarify that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Fletcher, members of the Board of Supervisors. The Brown Act is fairly restrictive on communications that can be made by the subcommittee. The chair referenced a memo, and the Brown Act would probably make that a difficult thing to do. Communications from the committee that came back to the board would need to come back to the board in full open session as opposed to other ways of communicating. Similarly, other members could not share input with the subcommittee except in an open session of the full board.
So I think the best venue to get to Supervisor Anderson's point would just be, a subcommittee update to the full board on activities and actions, and then you could have discussion and get input. Would probably be the cleanest mechanism to do that.
That's why I was thinking if it was more standard, even if there was nothing to report out at that time, and it doesn't have to be every board meeting, it could be once a month. I'm not married to one particular way. I want it to be useful for everyone. But on the same token, if we have to have a special report out each time, then if it's a minor amount, to me, in so many of the boards I've been on before, which is one, they reported out subcommittees or what other people were doing, and that kept the board moving along in the same direction, and the public too, because you know what? We should be proud of the work that you're doing, and we should be proud of the direction we're going. And I think that people want to participate. They want to be supportive.
So I have, I think we're setting precedent to different things. So I think that if our committee is going to be reporting out, every committee that has something should be doing it. You have two supervisors who are creating a subcommittee to, with community input and different folks and expertise, being able to identify some of the priorities. And then we bring on those through board letters. I'm not really sure, doesn't seem like there's a lot of equity in that, trusting the two board members to be able to put that work together and then bring it back to the board, like every other committee that already is in existence, but that may just be me looking at it from a different lens.
Let's go to Supervisor Desmond, and then we can circle back on this. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know this isn't really part of this agenda item, but this is a good discussion, and maybe we need to agendize it for later on. And I agree with you that the COVID committee is not the ideal committee because I've sensed I've had frustration where I learn things in a press conference as opposed to coming back to the board through this COVID subcommittee. But I get it; it's a different animal. But there is some, and not to say that this committee isn't trustworthy. I think it's just more about how we report out from our committees. When I was on Sandag, there's a lot of things on Sandag that, maybe should be brought to the board. Sandag's going to come up with a regional plan. Is that, how is that going to be presented? And one thing I did when I was mayor of San Marcos, we had a parks committee, a traffic committee, and we had these other committees. We had them report to the board twice, to the council twice a year. So I do think this is kind of a further discussion is how do we keep each other informed? Yeah. Not do we trust each other or not, but how does I think the board function better with more information about what's going on as opposed to, so that at least we can understand maybe the thought process behind a action that comes before us instead of just, that just being new on our plate that day. So I think this is just maybe a longer discussion to maybe agendized later. I'm happy to support the item before us today. But I'd welcome an agendized item for how do we handle committees and how do we get input. We have many, many committees. How do we best get the information from those to help us in our decisions? Thanks.
Yeah, and Supervisor, I think all of these are really good points that have been raised. As we have new board members, we are utilizing, I think, board subcommittees at a greater level. We've seen just in the past few weeks a number of them created. Again, COVID is a unique situation. I can't wait until that COVID subcommittee's gone and we're out of this and moving forward. But I think that is we should set that one aside given it, but looking at the broader structure and the number of these that are being created. And again, a subcommittee by itself cannot really take any action. It is just kind of an informational type item. Supervisor Anderson, will remember when we were in the legislature, we had select committees that did not have the ability to hear legislation. They could not vote on things, but they could meet and convene and do that. And in some ways, these are similar. But I think it would be good for us to come up with a normal system. Everyone doesn't need to report every meeting, but perhaps a regular system of updates would be a good thing. And I think we should put some broader thought into that in terms of how the full board and the public is being updated. And so I think that's good. Maybe what we want to consider for this one, just to get this one moving, is we'll get it up and maybe we ask for a report back in 90 days from the subcommittee members to do a presentation to the full board on kind of what they've been doing around this issue. And then that'll give us some time between now and then to think about a more consistent approach for all subcommittees. So it's not just this one that has to report back. I think it would be good for the ones that are actively meeting to provide updates to the full board on, what they're hearing, what they're thinking, kind of where they're going. And that may be a way to do it.
Chair, if I may be so bold to ask that, why don't we approve this motion and we move forward? And we've heard all the discussions from everyone. We move the organizational question to the subcommittee that's actually deciding on what we're going to do around transparency and how we share information, and that they can bring back a recommendation so that all subcommittees are treated equitable in sharing the information the same way. That would be my recommendation.
Can I second that recommendation?
Sure, I think that's fine. It wouldn't really be, we wouldn't have to add it to this item. That would be not particularly germane to this issue, but I think Supervisor Vargas, you and Supervisor Anderson, I believe, are the Transparency Subcommittee. So the two of you can meet and come up with some ideas and then agendize something for the board. I'll also point the advisory committee in the existing motion we have on the table says shall report back to the board regularly with progress reports. And so I think if for today's discussion, if we think regularly with progress reports, means something in the next few months, I think that would be consistent and that would give us a little bit of time. I mean, that is addressed here in recommendation 5. Advisory committee shall report back to the board regularly with progress reports and return with the final report and recommendation in 2 years. And so I think that's covered. We can figure out down the road how to define what is regularly. But I think the discussion is very good about how we have a system of sharing and updating the full board on the actions of subcommittees. So I think that's a good one. So With that, we have a motion by Supervisor Nora Vargas, a second by Supervisor Lawson Remer to adopt the errata changes, striking item 1D with an emphasis on regularly with progress reports back to the full board. Good. Any other questions? We'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Our last agenda item for the day is agenda item number 4. This is an item I'm pleased to bring forward with Supervisor Vargas. This January, we did talk about our framework for the future, and one of those issues was helping to prioritize communities and populations that have been historically left behind. There's a number of items we tackled in there around racial justice, health equity, economic opportunity, environmental protection, community-centered criminal justice, a whole series of things that we're doing. And I think in this same lens, it is appropriate that today we revisit our county's approach to cannabis policy, kind of consistent with the lens we've laid out of a framework for the future. And I'm pleased to join Vice Chair Vargas in bringing forward a policy that I believe advances social equity, racial justice, and economic opportunities. We know that many communities have been disproportionately impacted and devastated by the war on drugs. We know they've been disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system. And centering the actions we take around social justice is at the core of what we are considering today with our cannabis policies. We want to make sure we're giving opportunity to individuals and communities who've been disproportionately impacted and have the opportunity to move forward and benefit from a safe, regulated, and legal cannabis system. I also think it's vitally important that in the unincorporated area where we have land use authority, that we have a safe, regulated, and legal cannabis system. It is allowed in California. The voters have spoken clearly and repeatedly. And right now, we have essentially a moratorium and ban with a phase out of the handful of medicinal operators who are there. This contributes to significant numbers of unlicensed operators who are out there in a non-regulated environment, potentially having unsafe products that are being sold in the incorporated area because, again, we have not established a good workable system. There are so many places in San Diego County where it is workable and happening. Since 2016, cannabis operations are allowed in the city of Chula Vista, Encinitas, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Oceanside, San Diego, and Vista. And the voters of our county spoke clear and convincingly on this issue in supporting Prop 64. We know that there are particular problems with the intersection between unincorporated and incorporated areas. I know in the past, Councilmember Bill Baber from La Mesa has spoke about how a lack of a regulatory framework for the unincorporated area causes tremendous problems for the city of La Mesa, where one side of the street may have a safe, regulated, and legal operator, and the other side of the street in the unincorporated has an unlicensed, unregulated, unsafe operator. And so we want to clarify that. We want to clean this up and have a good system in place, again, adhering to safety protocols, the identification checking, ensuring via a mechanism that these are not getting in the hands of underage folks and other types of folks. And we think moving forward with establishing our own framework around this is an important step to take. It's also important to note that cannabis represents an opportunity for economic development and growth and jobs. New businesses can open. Our Farm Bureau has been some of our strongest supporters of what we're doing, and I appreciate their advocacy and their support of this to allow our farming community and agriculture in the unincorporated area to benefit from this. We have opportunity to have new employers and ensure that they're hired with good paying jobs, with good benefits. And this is a future that we can create for our region. So what we are proposing is to allow the cultivation, retail sales, distribution, manufacture, testing, or multiple uses through a micro business license. We have included some components, direction to staff. And again, we're just starting the process here. We are not adopting a final approach. We are beginning and kicking this off. But we know that we need to develop zoning and permitting systems. We know we need to have social equity as a core component of the permitting system. We know we need to require labor peace after the 10th employee to make sure that these are good jobs with good wages as they scale up. We want to allow for the sale of ingestible and drinkable products, allow for on-site consumption at events and specific facilities, develop tax recommendations on what is the proper structure around taxing these entities, conduct robust stakeholder outreach. There are a lot of folks who have a lot of thoughts about what the system should look like. No one framework will satisfy everyone, but we need to make sure that everyone has had input. We obviously need to secure grant funding for social equity programs. We have a motion in here to exclude cannabis as a part of the medical pre-screening process for most employees here at the county, something again consistent with state law. And we want staff to begin developing these ordinances and regulations in coordination and consultation with stakeholders and return back to the board with the progress report in 90 days. This will allow for a review of best practices and other recommendations. But 90 days from now, we'll also give board members the chance to provide input on what the board would like to see included or any changes, or at least what a majority of the board thinks ought to happen. There are a lot of details to be worked out, which again is going to happen through this robust process of developing this ordinance, discussions with the public, stakeholders, includes our prevention community, our social justice advocates, potential permit holders, the existing legal facilities who are still operating in the unincorporated area, again, under the threat of a sunset, our farmers, and everyone who is going to call in and speak on this item. And then the final regulations or ordinance would be presented to our board by July 1st. So again, what we're adopting today is starting the process, making clear we are changing the policy of San Diego County to move in a different direction and directing staff to begin this intensive outreach and effort, give us a report back in 90 days. We as a board can provide feedback to them and then bring us a final ordinance to begin considering on July 1st, which again, we could change at that point. We've heard a lot of feedback on numerous aspects of this proposal. And in a way, because as a county, we are really late to the game on allowing cannabis, it gives us tremendous opportunities to learn from jurisdictions that have moved ahead of us, to learn a lot of lessons, and I think to craft an ordinance that will really help us as we move forward. And so we will go to public comment. I want to give Supervisor Vargas a chance, as a co-doctor of this item, to make any comments she has. But again, I think we have the opportunity to, as a county, move in a different direction, do it thoughtfully, do it responsibly, and continue to allow for a lot of stakeholder engagement in shaping the actual ordinance. There's a fair amount of work to be done, but today's action would put us clearly on a path moving in a different direction. And I hope we can support this item and begin to move forward. So with that, let me ask Supervisor Vargas for any thoughts she may have, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Fletcher. You said a lot of it already, and I just want to kind of emphasize how important it is that especially for our communities, right, that sometimes patients and consumers are aware what some of these dispensaries that are visiting are legal or not. And so without any process of obtaining a permit or either medical or adult use cannabis, it's created some challenges. And so for me, today, I think the county has an opportunity to really eliminate that illicit market, give patients and consumers a legal option, as well as create a social equity program. And that's why I'm proud to be co-sponsoring this board letter with you, Chair Fletcher, specifically now as we talk about economic recovery being parallel to the work that we're doing around COVID mitigation. And so there are specific revenues that can be generated from the cannabis industry that can potentially fill the county's budget shortfalls forecasted from this pandemic. And I'm also really looking forward to the opportunity to work with the Office of Equity and Racial Justice to develop strategies to create a social equity program that can provide ownership, employment, education, and reinvestment into communities that have disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs, as well as our community members and social justice community, as you mentioned before. So I urge my colleagues to support this, as I know that by passing this board letter, the county will ensure that all permitted business will comply with strict regulations and testing provided by the California's Bureau of Cannabis Control. And really, I think the part that's important is the county's mission to becoming a more equitable employer. The board letter will direct the Chief Administrative Officer to revise the County of San Diego's drug and alcohol use policy as well to exclude cannabis from the medical pre-screening process. That was also something that I thought was important. So with that, I'm happy to support this resolution, and I look forward to hearing our community's input.
All right. Are there board members who want to make comments before we go to public comment, or are we okay to hear from the public and then come back and have board deliberation?
I can wait.
I was going to ask you if you needed a motion, so I'm happy to wait.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's do the public, and then we'll come back and get a motion on the table. Thank you both. I'll ask the clerk to call the members of the public.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Any members of the public that have requested to speak on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. I will note that we received 157 e-comments on this item, and there are 76 individuals requesting to address the board on this item and 2 group presentations. We will begin with the 2 group presentations. We will be calling speakers by the last 4 digits of their phone number. You'll hear a notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. Each caller will be asked to state their name for the record, and you will have 2 minutes to address the board. For the individuals, for the groups, you will have 10 minutes. You will hear this sound when your time is up, so please conclude your comments at that time. And I'll remind the public speakers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Aaron, if we could begin with the group presentation, and again, the group will have 10 minutes, and I will chime in when appropriate to indicate how much time you have remaining, but I would encourage you to self-regulate your time.
Yes, thank you. If all the group members can please introduce themselves. I believe they're all calling in from phone number 2728 for group 1. So 2728, you may proceed.
Good morning. This is Lydia Bentley, Diane Signori, and John Hayes on behalf of our Mount Laurel community in District 2, a community of approximately 200 residential homes. We speak from our personal experiences and in my professional experience at SDG&E as an energy theft investigator. And in order to preserve the character of our neighborhood, protect the public health, safety, and welfare of our communities, property tax values, deter crime, prevent blight, deterioration of public safety brought on by these operations. Along with our properties being described as urban decay in our neighborhood with property assessments on refis or purchases of homes, we are asking for a no vote or to consider some additional restrictions when, if or when the measure is approved. In my work in energy theft, I was called in ahead of law enforcement to ensure officer safety prior to breaking down marijuana grow ops and dispensaries due to unsafe conditions with unsafe wiring conditions and or energy theft. Even with legal dispensaries, we had multiple electrical code and safety violations in these operations. Some of these codes were 3 felony charges, 4 felony charges that were related to the energy theft in some of these facilities. The code violations that I observed in these operations have the huge potential for fire hazards and electrocutions with the unapproved modifications of electrical systems without permits or inspections. These typically these illegal panels exceeded the limits of the approved electrical systems, which creates the potential for fire electrocution that I have seen firsthand. Potential fire threat and electrical and smoking in unincorporated areas with the potential to spread, becoming a wildfire. Cultivation operations and suppliers to these dispensaries also have disobeyed the codes and inspections growing in unapproved businesses and residential homes with the same potential and safety issues. I have witnessed murders, child abuse, death, and more as a result of cultivation and grow operations with the lack of respect to codes and the operating violations to operate these cultivation, manufacturing, and dispensary operations. For that reason, I hope that you would consider including any considerations to the zones for approval of this, if that's the way it goes, and then also looking at possible clarification on the permitting process for retailers, cultivators, or manufacturers to state that they are retail of cannabis, manufacture of cannabis, or cultivation of cannabis, so that the permits are followed up on for proper operation and taxing and cultivation manufacturing of these products.
Hello, this is Diane Signori. I'm a resident in a 200 plus development in an unincorporated area of East County. I want to share what our community has already experienced as a result of the impact of an illegal dispensary which was shut down last year. If legal dispensaries are approved to operate in these unincorporated areas like ours, they will face the same serious ramifications like we have previously. In our specific situation, an illegal dispensary was located in a small strip mall that borders the entrance of our development and also next to a multifamily apartment complex. It was under 100 feet from a school bus stop and 10 feet away from the first house in our development, which created very negative experiences for those families. Part of that negative experience included living with neon lights running along the perimeter of the building that was on 24/7 and shining into their homes. Additionally, our area fights chronic fire threats with homeless camps that evolve from the hillside that is directly across the street from this particular strip mall where the illegal dispensary was and where it will potentially return if it is legalized to return. Because we only have one entrance into and out of this 200 plus housing development, the reinstatement of a dispensary would add an additional complication to our efforts to protect our homes from fires that the transient population creates because of their scrambling up the hill adjacent to the strip mall with their items to smoke or burn. We don't need another factor to add to this threat of starting wildfires and creating biohazards that we deal with. Our property values and financial security would also be negatively impacted if this dispensary were to return legally. Some neighbors have reported, their appraisers have noted urban decay on their assessments when they were applying for refi as a result of the strip mall area near the entrance of our development. Reinstating a dispensary would be another reason for this transient population to take up residency in an area that impacts our development with urban blight and fire threats. For the reasons and experiences I've shared, please vote no for the expansion of dispensaries in unincorporated areas to protect and preserve communities like ours, and for those communities who have not realized what we already know. Thank you.
And lastly, this is John Hayes. I'd just like to echo what Lydia and Diane have said and just try to draw a little bit more impact on those last statements from Diane as far as the restrictions that we would like to see in place if the unincorporated areas are allowed to have dispensaries, which seems to be where this is maybe headed, especially in the state of California and us being the county of San Diego. Our biggest concern in the area is that we have that rural school stop within 100 feet of where we had a dispensary, and there's a possibility for others to come in if this is allowed without restriction. The fact that it's right up against the wildfire area where we have only one way in and one way out of this neighborhood, and the fact that it's within about 10 feet, as Diane said, of residences. So notwithstanding the fact that it seems to be a move in this state and within this county in the incorporated areas of having dispensaries, and like Supervisor Fletcher stated, there is an impact on the cities that already have them, not being able to, have the county have their share, if you will. If, although being just strictly in opposition as written without restrictions, you hear us and say, all right, perhaps we move in the direction of allowing, we ask in the minimum is that you guys put restrictions, perhaps to echo other restrictions within school districts and or supporting bus stops of the 1,000-foot restriction, to consider restrictions of perhaps 1,000 feet of non-defensible, if you will, wildfire areas, and 10 foot away from the businesses too close for a residential area. If these are allowed and you put them in an appropriate and defensible commercial park, bad enough that a fire might start. And of course, it'd be horrifying if it went on to neighboring businesses, but I think far better a warehouse or business that's closed and a concrete, commercial park, if you will, than in a non-defensible wildfire area 10 feet away from a residence, where I think the rest of everyone could say, bad enough that businesses were lost, but horrifying if inhabited dwellings were lost in the middle of the night. And as Lydia spoke before, there are plenty of cases where these have caught fire. There's a far greater likelihood than a sporting goods store, if you will, just by nature of the business. And these businesses run 24 hours a day, as you know. So I try to limit it just to that, as far as at least being mindful of perhaps having to go back to the table and write some restrictions into it if, and frankly, being the state and when the unincorporated areas are allowed to have these, please consider the restrictions of the wildfires, of the things stated before, the rural bus stops, the residences, and those issues. I think restrictions are of cause, they have merit, and then perhaps it's a win-win on both sides. The unincorporated areas can carry their share, there's business opportunities allowed, but it's got to be with restriction and regard for these other areas. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
And if I can just state one more thing, this is Lydia Bentley. I was listening to the earlier agenda items, and some of the things that were talked about was the farmers and the unincorporated areas. My concern is if these cultivators are allowed to operate in the outlying areas, that the well water available to the residences in the unincorporated area will be minimized, and then the potential of any chemical runoff into the groundwater system for those people living off wells in the unincorporated areas of San Diego County. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you listening. And again, thank you for all the considerations for the points and topics that we have brought up at this moment, at this meeting.
Thank you. Our next group is 2710 and 2710 and 8296. The board's rules require that there are 3 participants in a group, and we don't see your third group member on the Zoom call at this time. Is it possible that that person?
We do have
a different number.
We should have all 3 on there.
1055 is not on the call right now. So we could go ahead and take your testimony as individuals if you'd like. Or if you'd like, we can come back to you if 1055 joins the call.
Let's just move ahead. We can do it as an individual if that's what's needed. I prefer to do it as a group just because we have a little bit more time, but if that's what's needed, that's fine.
Okay, great. You may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, Supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a long road. My name is Lincoln Fish. I am the CEO of Outco. We operate 2 of the 5 licensed dispensaries in San Diego County. I'll keep this brief. First of all, I would like to say I just want to respond to the last group. I appreciate their comments, and frankly, you kind of made our case for us. Everything we're talking about doing, if you look at the regulations that are throughout the state, here in the city of San Diego and so forth, you'll find that everything you're requesting is already part of the regulations. We can't be within 1,000 feet typically of a school. We can't be within 1,000 feet of a park or something like that. We're not in residential areas. And the only thing that's going to stop the proliferation of the kinds of dispensaries you talked about is exactly what we're talking about today, which is expanding the legal program and giving people a place to go. Very briefly, I was asked to speak on our, sort of the background of this. And I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I think it's important that our current Board of Supervisors understand that, we got our license back in 2017. Our county was a pioneer for the state, and now we're sort of woefully out of touch. Almost immediately, the Board of Supervisors changed the rules on us on what's called member sourcing, and so we weren't able to get any product. We almost went bankrupt. There was a vocal minority of, frankly, misinformed citizens, and there were a couple of supervisors who just had a grudge about this whole thing and decided that they were going to shut it down. But they advanced a moratorium and said, here's what you need to do. And Diane Jacobs could not have been more clear. get my town councils on board and the planning commission, and I'll approve this. We worked with the town councils just like we could work with the group from Mount Laurel today, and said, hey, here's how we could do this. They approved it. We got a unanimous vote from the planning commission, and then we still got a no vote from the Board of Supervisors. By the way, our third group member is on. Can we continue, or?
Yes.
Yes, we see the third group
Thank you.
has joined. Thanks.
So
Yeah, sorry about that.
you'll have 8
So
minutes.
the point is that, thank you. So we got unanimous approval from the planning commission, and the Board of Supervisors voted us down, which I understand is the first time that's happened. Basically, then the board moved forward, led by Jacobs. They rejected the plan and enacted a full ban, and allowing us to stay open because we were grandfathered in. But under that, we weren't able to do anything. We weren't able to expand or complete the work that most of us already had planned. And again, so we've been financially, just barely keeping above board because of some of these decisions and these, frankly, personal vendettas on the part of the Board of Supervisors. The county constituents clearly want something different. And as icing on the cake, they changed our licensing fee from 10 grand to 50 grand for oversight based on a report that they were never able to produce or share with us. So what we're really looking for here is for the Board of Supervisors to help us take a sensible approach to this thing, to pay attention to groups like Mount Laurel, and let's work together and figure out how we can do this in a way that people feel comfortable with. We're requesting a complete lifting of the ban and encourage the supervisors to lay a sensible path forward to have San Diego, frankly, just catch up and be in line with the rest of the state. I really appreciate what Supervisors Fletcher and Vargas have put forward here, and now I'll let my colleagues speak a little bit more on some of the key components. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher and Supervisors. My name is Ren Bowden, owner of Jack's Ramona. There are already many effective safeguards in place for the legal licensed dispensaries. We have 24-hour monitored camera systems that are backed up for a week. We are required to keep these all on backup. They are accessible by both the county Sheriff's Department and the state of California, which is our licensee. This serves as a very effective crime deterrent and prevents anti-diversion, which is incredibly important with our legal shops here. None of the above are provided by the current black market, which is very robust. Our security officers are present during the open hours. This serves as a crime deterrent, provides safety for our consumers, and provides safety for our staff. Once again, not provided by the black market. Strict identification and verification for our customers. This is mandated and monitored by the state of California License Authority and the San Diego Sheriff's Department. This ensures that only eligible adults get access to cannabis. This is not provided and definitely not enforced by the current black market. Track and trace systems, the metric system is mandated by the state of California. This is a way to track every single gram from seed to harvest, to processing, to products, to our shelves, to the consumers. Every single gram is monitored and made sure that it's not diverted. This is, once again, something that is not even accessible to the black market. It's not used by the black market. They must buy illegal cannabis grown by untested growers to be able to sell in their illegal shops. They cannot get access to true tested legal cannabis. There's also no oversight, of course, by them and no taxation. We train our employees on safety. We are OSHA compliant. This all leads to a safe environment for our consumers to access safe, tested, legal cannabis while providing taxes to the county and good paying jobs to our citizens. The 4-year moratorium experiment has proven to fail. The black market has thrived in the counties and has provided illegal untested product to the unqualified customers and to our underage youth. This has never comes from these legal markets that are monitored. We have worked effectively with the San Diego Sheriffs, and we have created a good working relationship. On many occasions, they've expressed their frustration with not having resources or tools to shut down these illegal black markets. I urge you to to vote yes on this and to put a sensible new ordinance in place. Thank you.
For the benefit of the group, as the last speaker is coming online, you have 3.5 minutes remaining.
Okay, I will be brief. My name is Chris Murray. I'm from Ramona Cannabis Company, and I'm speaking with you today about the process and the importance of safe access to tested cannabis product. Kind of picking up where Rainey left off, it should not be overlooked the importance of the regulations around testing the products. There's a lot of consideration around safety and impact on neighborhoods and things, but tested product is one of the big differentiators of an unlicensed facility versus a licensed facility. Licensed, all cannabis product that enters a licensed facility goes through rigorous testing. That testing includes, it's not limited to, but just a couple of things: the absence of microbial impurities, foreign materials, residual solvents, as well as heavy metals, mold, pesticides. The list goes on. The testing is fantastic. Without the testing requirements that are put in place by the state of California, I mean, people are at increased risks. That's a health issue. I mean, we regularly serve patients with severe medical conditions. At a licensed facility, these individuals have great confidence that they're receiving the right dosage, the effect, and it's a pure product. Impurities can have a devastatingly negative effect on a patient with a delicate health issue. Unlicensed facilities, they're not inspected, as we spoke about. They're not properly regulated, and therefore customers could get products with these heavy metals, pesticides, and get an incorrect dosage. It's not the right way to roll that out. So, I mean, if a product fails testing at any stage in the life cycle at a licensed facility, this is what has to happen. It must be quarantined until it's destroyed. We have to show evidence of that destruction and the confirmation of that destruction to the Bureau of Cannabis Control. Then a licensed cannabis waste management come by to collect it. So nothing is falling through the cracks. It is as tight as a drum. And that really makes sure that only fully tested products are in the hands of the customers at these licensed facilities. The other benefit of the testing is proper labeling. Proper labeling provides the transparency into the product, the effects, the application, the potency. Again, super important. And by not allowing individuals who are fighting some of these serious medical conditions to have that ease of access to a tested product that is a pure product, it's not just a health issue, it's morally wrong. There's only really one place that individuals in the county of San Diego should be receiving their product, and that's from a licensed facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll be moving on to the individual speakers on this item. As a reminder, you'll each have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the record when you begin. The first speaker is 4974. 4974. And please press *6 to unmute yourself after your number is called. 4974. If we don't hear from you when we call your number, we will return to you later. 4974, you may proceed. You may be muted on your phone. 4974, you are unmuted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
This is Michelle Krug, and as someone who is not a consumer, but sees incredibly how obvious this is, that we need this industry regulated and that we need to be able to monitor everything that has been said about labeling and about regulations and timing and locations. All of this is incredibly necessary for our region as a whole, particularly for the intersection between the incorporated cities and the unincorporated areas, that I strongly support making this legal and regulated, as obviously California has spoken for the last couple of decades about wanting this to be legal. Don't push this industry underground. That is the worst thing for our entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2796. 2796.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Buckley, owner of Hellman Valley Growers Company. I'm a 9-year Marine Corps veteran, recipient of the Purple Heart, and a 100% disabled veteran, and I live in District 3. Proposition 64 has fallen short of expectations after being voted by the people of California in 2016. The reasons for this failure is the continued presence of a system of prohibition that has resulted in a disconcerting future for legal cannabis in San Diego County. 3 ways this measure can enhance our current dysfunctional market is as follows: economic, public health, and safety. Economic. During COVID-19, cannabis was defined as essential by the state of California, and legal cannabis operations were allowed to, with enhanced safety measures, remain open. County and state could continue collecting taxes from both operators and consumers. Our organization actually hired people who lost jobs or businesses were ruined during the national and state lockdown due to COVID-19. Due to local prohibition and limited zones in San Diego County, our team had to open a micro business outside of San Diego County. This facility will be home to our approved Institutional Review Board study. The IRB means that U.S. doctors have approved us for human trials with medical cannabis. It is the first private IRB to be awarded in North America. At this site, we'll provide jobs for veterans and other professionals, provide data-backed research on the effectiveness of medical cannabis with the symptoms of post-traumatic stress. We are already receiving national interest and plan to work with the VA medical system. This would have been nice to do it in our own backyard of San Diego, but again, the prohibition set by this board would not allow it. Public health. Throughout COVID-19 pandemic, California allowed legal cannabis businesses to remain open due to its medical benefit. The UN 1971 treaty has recently removed cannabis as being internationally illegal, and the World Health Organization has stated that cannabis has medical benefits. This happened in December of 2020.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 1533. 1533.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Wilkinson Sinton. My company is Cali Grown. I'm a constituent of Supervisor Vargas, a mother, grandmother, and I worked in the legal cannabis industry since 2015. I also lead a subcommittee of the National Cannabis Industry Association, which is the nation's largest collection of legal cannabis businesses nationwide. I strongly support the county's framework to allow commercial cannabis within the county. I have witnessed firsthand the benefits to the state of Oregon. Their cannabis taxes pay for additional schools and libraries, and also has saved law enforcement from the imminent dangers of enforcing prohibition against criminal actors. And here's a step for you. The great state of Oklahoma, not exactly a bastion of progressive action, and very similar to San Diego in terms of population, has licensed over 2,200 cannabis dispensaries, and it has not collapsed. 5 years of data show in states that have legalized commercial cannabis, and there are now 35 of them, we see increased tax revenues in Colorado, even increased property values surrounding certain dispensaries, increased employment, no discernible crime increases, and positive economic impact and development. It is no secret that San Diego has a steep hill to climb and needs jobs and revenue to get out of this pandemic recession. I want to thank the board for their forward-thinking leadership here to help us catch up to other states and the rest of California and to realize the economic promise and righting the institutionally racist wrongs of the war on drugs by designing a workable social equity program for this ordinance. I want to offer the expertise and best practice, and also we have seen a lot of worst practice at the NCIA nationwide in developing workable social equity programs. And I offer data, information, and anything I can do as a stakeholder to help move this forward in a way that helps all citizens of San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7613. 7613. You may proceed. You may need to unmute your device on your end. You are unmuted and you've just remuted yourself. 7613, try unmuting your phone.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a mother to 3 teenagers and a youth group mentor. I'm in complete dismay that this item is brought before the supervisors today. The eagerness to enable the marijuana industry in our unincorporated areas is hasty and hypocritical. It was only 3 months ago that the Board of Supervisors voted against this policy change. I respectfully ask Supervisor Fletcher, why now? It's unconscionable to think that it's necessary to promote an addictive and predatory drug that negatively affects lung health during a worldwide pandemic. Our pandemic included recession doesn't need pot to bail us out at the expense of the health and wellness of your constituents. Using taxpayer money, upwards of $500,000 is a very poor way to start a bailout program. Perhaps using that money in aiding the vaccine distribution would be money well spent in regards to getting our county out of a recession, along with helping to improve the health of your constituents. When businesses can safely reopen, that will be the day our economy starts to turn around. Unfortunately, the bailout plan is not the only concerning aspect of this proposal. It states that marijuana edibles should be allowed to be sold in pot shops. Have we forgotten that marijuana edibles are nothing but a fruity candy-like treat that entices young people with THC levels upwards of 95%? Remember, flavors hook kids. I strongly oppose this item as it will be detrimental to the health and wellness of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2246. 2246.
Hello, my name is Tim O'Neill. I am a resident of Bonita, California, which is an unincorporated area of San Diego County. I've been a resident here since the 1960s, and I am very happy to see that the County Board of Supervisors have placed us on the agenda again and would be moving forward with the study and possible adoption of regulations which would help move the current illicit market into a legal framework that would provide protections for all of our residents and also provide some guidance for those areas of the county who currently have none. And as a result, the operations are either illegal or both illegal and inefficiently operated. Thank you for your time and hope to have the support of all the supervisors as they move forward on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3597. 3597. Please press *6. You're unmuted and you may proceed.
Hello, my name is Jay Bowser, co-founder and CFO of Paving Great Futures, and calling in support of this. Our main focus is, the social equity and cannabis portion of it. Our communities have been devastated by the war on drugs. Cannabis is here; it's here to stay. It needs to be more research done just to prove how it's not as harmful as many say, but us folks with open minds, been around a while, know that it's not harmful. It's more medicinal. I've had a mother-in-law, and a stepmother that all have had cancer and have used cannabis in various forms to help them with their treatment. So our communities need safe access, right, to this to help our folks. We need to take the how it's been demonized, that aspect out of it so that our communities can be healed more by this miracle plant. So safe access is one issue, and the other, like I mentioned earlier, is the social equity program, being that our communities were devastated by the war on drugs. So those taxes and monies from the legal sales of cannabis need to come back into our communities to help the youth. With youth programs to help out organizations and also ownership within the industry. There's been thousands of individuals, Black and brown folk, persecuted for something that is now legal. Even myself, I had a felony back in 2007 for growing something that is now legal, and it kept me from getting certain jobs and licenses, but it's now legal. Folks like myself should have a fair chance, not a handout, but a hand up to be able to get a license and have some equity and stake in this industry. I believe only about 1% of Black folks have ownership in this industry, but over 80% we're doing time for cannabis related crimes in jail. So the data shows that we need it for it. I hope everybody else is for it as well. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5055. 5055. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if we don't hear from you when your phone number is called, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 5195. 5195.
Thank you. This is Jim Whalen. This time I'm coming at this from a both government and business perspective. I'm on the San Diego Planning Commission, and I've been there from the start on the cannabis process in San Diego, and boy, do I ever know what works and doesn't work. There have been many mistakes made in San Diego City that we'd like to fix, and we can offer some guidance there. We're also working with the City of Chula Vista and have known their challenges, and we're fully in support of the proposed board action. A couple things to keep in mind. One, how locations are selected. Two, how licensees are vetted. We have had otherwise qualified operators disqualified due to old convictions. Three, how distances between facilities are measured. Four, there are very good opportunities for increasing access of traditionally underserved people into a real career path with high-paying jobs through the vertical integration from cultivation up to retail. And you can provide a very good process to get people from in the ground floor and end up being an operator. And finally, taxes. We've had this happen, that taxes get so high that the black market continues. I look forward to helping you in the future. Please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7988. 7988.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and supervisors. My name is Jonathan Forstadt. I'm a resident of El Cajon, and I've lived in the unincorporated part of the county for the past 12 years. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Jetty Extracts. We're a cannabis manufacturing company. We were founded here in San Diego. We're now headquartered in Oakland. Currently I have a total of 50 employees, some here in San Diego and some up in Oakland. We believe in and wholeheartedly support the regulated licensed cannabis market in California. As someone in the cannabis industry and a resident of El Cajon, I'd love to see more opportunities for regulated legal businesses to thrive in San Diego County and allow for the tax dollars and jobs to stay here in the city where I live and other unincorporated areas. I can attest for the high level of service and accountability my colleagues from Outco and Jackson Ramona Cannabis Company spoke to earlier. Operating and maintaining a cannabis retail license is an extremely high bar. We know that illicit operators are here in the county. They use illegal shops, and they put customers and the community at risk. As others mentioned, they sell untested, unregulated products and avoid collecting what would be significant tax revenue. With the creation of a sensible cannabis regulatory framework, our community will reap the benefits of access to legal cannabis and quality jobs. As a local resident and a representative of a fully licensed tax-paying cannabis manufacturing business, I urge the board to please support this item. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 7679. 7679.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and supervisors. My name is Virginia Casey. I am a resident of District 3, have been working in the licensed cannabis industry in San Diego since 2016, and have a teenage son. Many who have spoken today or submitted comments ahead of this meeting have expressed concern over teens' access to cannabis. The best way to prevent that access is through a regulated legal market. Everyone who visits a licensed dispensary must show a valid government-issued ID every single time they enter. No one under the minimum age is ever allowed access to a store or delivery service. As stated earlier, the same cannot be said of illegal operators. Licensed dispensaries are required to have security present at all times, and have set operating and delivery hours, which are designed to protect public safety. Illegal shops operate outside of these regulations and openly advertise 24-hour service and delivery. The 2 shooting incidents at dispensaries last year both happened at illegal shops, one near El Cajon and the other in Spring Valley. Thanks to on-site security, nothing like this has happened at any licensed dispensary in San Diego, and there are multiple studies showing that neighborhood crime rates, in fact, drop near legal dispensaries due to these security requirements. The most effective step we can take today to eliminate teen access to cannabis would be to close down illegal shops and adopt policies like fines for landlords to ensure that shops do not reopen in the same location days later, as has happened in the past. I urge you to vote yes on agenda item number 4 and develop an ordinance that will guarantee all adult county residents access to cannabis through safe, regulated, licensed dispensaries. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8025. 8025. 8025, please press star 6 to unmute yourself. If we don't hear from you when we call your number, we will come back to you. Our next caller is 6869. 6869.
Are you there? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Perfect. My name is Rudy Reyes. I am the worst injured of the 2003 Cedar fires. Because of those fires, I had to turn to medical cannabis as I was ODing on morphine in the hospital. I have a long history of having to fight against this county board of supervisors in regards to medical marijuana. I'm the young man at the time, who had to sue the county over medical marijuana ID cards. It went to federal courts, and eventually we won in regards to ID cards. Since then, this county board of supervisors held a prejudice against medical marijuana and has fought it every step of the way. The problem is those prejudices cause a lack of regulations. And those lack of regulations create a lot of these problems that we're hearing from the public today. Good, safe regulations give you good protections. That's the whole point of this item. And that's why I'm urging you to vote yes on this issue. I've currently or just finished running for the Vice President of the United States under the Legalize Marijuana Now Party. We're working on making big changes nationally on this. I'm urging you to help us move forward and be progressive. Give us good regulations. I'm currently working with San Diego State University to create a certification program so that this industry can have properly trained individuals in the market. We're really working to make this a progressive ideology and make the world better through it. Again, we are in this pandemic currently. Medical marijuana and marijuana in general in the state of California is an essential business. These people are necessary, and we must find a way to make this work. So once again, with me being one of the most historically impacted stakeholders, I would like to ask you to vote yes on this, create a committee. We need people's voices on that. People like me need to be on that committee so you know the history, you know where it's been, you know where it's going. Again, vote yes, please.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6869. 6869. You are unmuted and you may proceed. 6869, you may need to unmute your device on your end. Six, 869. We're still having a hard time hearing you. Do you want to check to make sure that your phone is unmuted? We're going to come back to you because we're not able to hear from you. So we're going to move on to 2619. 2619.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Camry Terry, a recently discharged U.S. veteran. Speaking in favor of item number 4, I strongly support the opportunity to develop a social equity program to educate the San Diego community on the medicinal benefits of marijuana. For me alone, it has aided my CPTSD, which is complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and it's also aided my fellow brothers and sisters with the traumas we suffer from. There are also economic benefits to include entrepreneurship and employment. During the pandemic, the Chula Vista alone has closed down more than 8 dispensaries, resulting in diminished revenue and an increase in overall unemployment for more than 100 people. Please vote in favor of item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9886. 9886.
Good afternoon. This is Joanne Fields, Government and Public Relations Director for the Asian Pacific Islander Initiative, in favor of item number 4 to establish common sense cannabis regulations in San Diego County. I also support the development of comprehensive social equity programs that address the injustices caused by the failed war on drugs. Such a program will sustain long-term economic growth by providing opportunities for business ownership, employment, and education in San Diego's marginalized communities. Education is important, so there is a better understanding of the benefits of marijuana as it relates to addressing anxiety and PTSD. Being in a military town such as San Diego, veterans are suffering from PTSD. An education program will also increase the awareness of the impacts of driving under the influence. We want safe use of marijuana. We also have a Filipino marijuana advocacy group that would like the opportunity to educate the community at large of the benefits of marijuana to address anxiety, depression, and cancer treatment. Please vote in favor of item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 0247. 0247.
Good morning. My name is Joe Everstein. I'm the program manager for the San Diego County Marijuana Prevention Initiative. We focus on youth use and access. We strongly oppose this plan as it fails to consider the negative impacts on our youth. Data from our 2020 San Diego Marijuana Impact Report show following the passage of Prop 64, we've seen dramatic increases in youth vaping, emergency room visits, and treatment admits for marijuana. We already have a 46% increase in poison control calls since Prop 64 passed in 2016. One of my concerns is there are little to no uniform consumer protections in place. No warnings about consumption after driving, no warnings about adverse effects on mental health or drug interactions. Allowing consumption lounges flies in the face of logic. Smoke is smoke, whether it's from cigarettes or marijuana. If the board decides to dramatically increase access, they should dramatically increase resources for prevention, outreach, and treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1904. 1904.
It's afternoon. Good afternoon, board. My name is Dave Myers. I spent 35 years in law enforcement here in San Diego County, retired from the Sheriff's Department as a commander. When with the Sheriff's Department, I was directly involved with the Board of Supervisors when originally approved regulatory scheme and monitored went into effect. Regulation and monitoring creates safe communities. I've worked narcotics, supervised narcotics investigator. Currently, the Sheriff's marijuana enforcement is currently spending millions in taxpayers' dollars without creating safe communities. The current ban creates a great deal of uncertainty for law-abiding citizens in San Diego County. The current ban is a backward, unnecessary, and intrusive policy that essentially nullifies the will of the majority of San Diego voters who have made it clear that they support the decriminalization of cannabis. The current ban creates crime, unsafe neighborhoods, and fear because of the proliferation of illegal dispensaries. Chairman Fletcher, and Vice Chair Vargas, proposal before you today would create a cannabis system that would be regulated, equitable, keeps criminal elements out, prevents kids from accessing cannabis. We must move away from the outdated drug war policies that are based on fear rather than facts and common sense. Please support item number 4.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2104. 2104.
My name is Anthony Avalos. I'm very appreciative of Chair Fletcher, Supervisor Vargas, and the Board of Supervisors' time and recognize the progress that this item represents. The World Health Organization reclassified cannabis, recognizing the medical powerhouse that it represents. Safe access to medical cannabis, as proven by our multi-state designation as an essential service during the pandemic, and the reclassification of cannabis by WHO, is necessary and must be protected to help correct misinformation surrounding cannabis. With regulation created around equity, built by the same populations devastated by the war on drugs, we can provide access to cannabinoids currently being studied and showing to assist with conditions from Parkinson's to PTSD, Alzheimer's to cancer, and from epilepsy to AIDS, all while rectifying harm imposed on our most vulnerable communities. Any attempt to ban, halt, or make more scarce safe access to cannabis is moving away from San Diego County's expectations and, more importantly, our healthcare and socioeconomic needs. Legalized cannabis is here, and we have a duty to provide our residents safe access. An ambitious county plan can look like building a pathway to medical-grade cannabis therapies covered by medical insurance companies for specific conditions and ailments. This starts with the support and passing of Agenda Item 4, create a community-led cannabis equity oversight committee, and regulate San Diego County cannabis through a commitment to that equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5055. 5055.
Hello. Am I on?
Yes, hello there.
Yes. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to hear me in support of item 4. I'm a 30-year retired elementary school teacher and a taxpayer in the county for 60 years. I think San Diego County is late to acknowledge the will of the voters who legalized cannabis in California years ago. I think it's about time that we get our share of the financial benefits of this industry in San Diego County. Taxes, jobs, and economic stimulation from this legal business, and I hope the banking industry would be included. I think it's important to have safe, regulated businesses located in the right areas and collect the taxes, create jobs, and provide opportunities for our farm and agriculture industry. I'm also a cancer survivor that has used cannabis, and I totally support item 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name for the audio record?
I believe we may have lost him. Sir, could we get you to state your name for the audio record? Oh, and we lost you. We'll move on to 6869. 6869.
Hello, my name is William Perno, and I'm an alcohol and other drug prevention specialist with the Central Region Prevention Coalition. We are funded by the County HSSA Behavioral Health Services to work with the community. I am neutral on this item. If there is a consensus to allow additional sales of marijuana in the unincorporated areas of the county, we encourage the county to take their time and use best practices such as getting it right from the start. We ask that you protect communities and especially our youth through public health and public safety regulations, and that you continue to have law enforcement regulate these businesses. The illicit market will not go away by itself, and continued enforcement will be necessary, even with legal sales in the unincorporated area. We are concerned regarding drug driving and note that DUIs and crashes are up. Many of the roads in the rural unincorporated areas of the county are not divided highways. This increases the risk of serious injuries due to DUI crashes. We ask that you take steps to restrict marijuana advertisements that can be seen from a public space, similar to what is being done in other parts of California and in Denver, Colorado. Please take a measured approach as you move forward. We ask that you develop policies to prohibit marijuana businesses in existing high crime areas. Create regulations that prohibit existing illicit marijuana businesses who are costing the county a great deal of resources from applying for a marijuana business. These illicit businesses should not be rewarded for bad behavior. Gather input from community members, community groups, and planning groups on best practices and community concerns. We ask that you rely on prevention groups to help you obtain data and best practices. We have provided technical assistance to the City of San Diego regarding public health and safety concerns. The City of San Diego has a 1,000-foot restriction from sensitive uses and additional sensitive uses than what is in current state laws. California law has only a 600-foot separation and limited sensitive uses. We also provided technical assistance to a marijuana retailer and believe there will be responsible retailers in this industry, similar to what we have seen with some alcohol businesses.
Thank you, sir.
Community groups and prevention providers have no financial interest in this outcome. Our number one concern is the public health, welfare, and safety of our communities. Thank you.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3755. 3755.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Phil Rath. I'm speaking today as the Executive Director of the United Medical Marijuana Coalition. We are a trade association of legal licensed cannabis retailers in the city of San Diego primarily, but we also have ownership of stores in other jurisdictions, including Vista, soon to be Chula Vista. All of our members are local business persons. None of them are out of state or out of country investors. We are supportive of today's action to launch this process. As you've heard from many of the other speakers, acting as if this substance doesn't exist or can be pushed completely underground is foolish. It is better for our communities to regulate it tightly and make sure that it is safe for the consumers that choose to consume it. I really have two comments today for your consideration. One is an amplification and the other is a request. I would hope that as you go forward with developing these rules in detail, that the lessons can be learned from others who have done this well and done it poorly, and that the concerns of what it takes to run a business in this regulated environment are listened to, and we're enthused to be a part of that stakeholder outreach. The second point I would make is, while there is much detail in this board letter for policy direction of what the county board wants to see in the final results, I would add that it is probably wise to give staff direction on what a reasonable growth rate for the retail environment looks like in the unincorporated area. We respect communities. We work with communities all the time, and we often find hostility to coming into communities. But when those impacts are minimized through things like measured growth and reduced footprint, we find that we can find common ground. So I would ask that you give that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4775. 4775.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Brown. I'm a resident of Fallbrook, California, and a member of the Fallbrook Community Planning Group. As a matter of credential, I would like to talk about first the safety issues. I've been recognized by the state of California for over 40 years of involvement in apprenticeship in the electrical construction industry. Safety is one of our primary concerns. Drug testing is enforced in our industry. Marijuana has been found to impair physical and mental abilities. Any job governed by the DOT on a federal basis limits marijuana as a prohibited substance. We're talking about medical marijuana and recreational marijuana. I think a distinction has to be made. I would like also to state that this is an issue which should be dealt with by the local planning groups, as it has great impact on each of the 27 areas in the unincorporated San Diego, which are governed by community planning groups. The issue of driver safety, for example, was raised. We are currently dealing with an issue on Sandia Creek Gate, which you're familiar with, I'm sure, where traffic congestion, reckless driving creates a great hazardous area. And my concern would be that open recreational use of marijuana would exacerbate this problem. I severely would request that this issue be remanded to the local planning groups for local input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2012. 2012. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself. And again,
Good morning. My name is Tamia Nutter, and I'm calling in from District 1 to voice my support for agenda item number 4. San Diego is the only major city in California that has not implemented a social equity program to rectify the damage of the racist war on drugs. Our county is missing out on millions of state tax dollars, and agenda item 4 promotes public safety and health by reducing the presence of the illicit market, providing controls for safety, and generating tax revenue for substance abuse programs, schools, and local infrastructure. Furthermore, studies conducted by the Institute of Medicine reveal that opiate overdoses decreased by as much as 25% in regions with access to legal cannabis as an alternative to opiates for chronic pain management. This is critical to combat San Diego's public health emergency, as the growing opiate crisis has tripled in the past year in our county. I urge you to right the wrongs of the past and vote yes on item 4, and for us to work collectively towards racial, social, and economic justice in our county.
thank you. Our next speaker is 2153. 2153. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself. And if you don't respond when your number is called, we will come back to you. We'll move on to 0738. 0738.
Good afternoon. My name is Lavon Norwood. I'm with the Valley Center Community Planning Group, but I'm speaking as a community member this morning. I'm in favor of this item. I do have some concerns about the item, though, that some of the residents have voiced to me. Concern 1 would be, I'm not against a well-run equity program, social equity program, but giving preference to some of those who have already proven to take advantage of the system is a dangerous idea. On-site, and the other one is on-site consumption of cannabis products. Allowing for on-site consumptions of this product will encourage driving while under the influence of the product. Safety is of the utmost importance to all. Allowing on-site consumption, I believe, is a bad idea. I would ask that the board keep these things in mind when you're casting your vote this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak my turn. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3496. 3496.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, supervisors and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jean Duffy. I'm the mother of 3 and a resident of Julian for the past 26 years. My husband and I moved to the mountains to raise our children in the clean air amongst apple trees in a safe, healthy, unspoiled area of the county. If you allow commercial marijuana sales, cultivation, and manufacturing to desecrate our beautiful backcountry, you will corrupt our way of life. Marijuana dispensaries bring with them crime and violence. They make drugs even more accessible to our young people, and marijuana grows contaminate the environment. If this measure passes, you'll make the rural areas destinations for purchasing drugs, getting high, and then put stone drivers on our windy roads, putting all who live and visit our tourist town at risk. I can't tell you how disappointed I am that these destructive policies are being proposed, coming from a leader who in the past has been a proponent of public health. Retail marijuana sales is counteractive to public health and also to your Building Better Health initiative. Marijuana use is harmful to the brain, the lungs, and the heart. It exacerbates symptoms of mental illness and the negative health effects of COVID-19. This is not a social equity issue, and we aren't talking about medicine. This is strictly about the commercialization of an addictive and therefore highly profitable substance. I love San Diego. I grew up here, and I raised my kids in unincorporated San Diego County. I have nieces and nephews in Alpine, Lakeside, and Ramona. Please don't let these areas become destinations for high-grade, high-THC, highly profitable pot. Don't let big business become more important than the safety of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 7909. 7909.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and the Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm Douglas Dill. I'm the chair of the San Diego Planning Group. The proposed framework as presented will adversely affect rural and backcountry residential communities in the unincorporated county. The San Diego Planning Group urgently recommends postponing your vote on this agenda item and institute a formal public review comment period before directing county staff to create a comprehensive cannabis program and return with a final ordinance and policy within 180 days. Land use planning criteria must be considered first to minimize negative impacts on the unincorporated county areas. To be considered, protection of sensitive rural and backcountry habitat, greater setback distances to protect existing sensitive uses such as churches, parks, playgrounds, schools, youth centers, and residential zoned properties. A permitting process that allows for review by community planning and sponsor groups, heard by the Planning Commission and appealable to the Board of Supervisors. This would allow for public input because of the notification requirements and the ability for the decision-making body to impose site-specific conditions. We ask that you keep these concerns in mind as you move forward with the very important decisions surrounding the future of cannabis cultivation, manufacturing, distribution in the county of San Diego. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 5450. 5450.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Deborah Dickey, and I am speaking for myself as a resident of San Diego County for 50 years and a Fallbrook property owner for 43 years in dissent on item number 4. I have 3 points to make. My first question was, what changed from the bills that the board passed banning cultivation of marijuana in the unincorporated areas? Is it only about the money now that the cities are hurting so badly from COVID? Or was any thought given to poll the unincorporated communities to see if they still felt the same? Because for Proposition 64, 561,478 people voted no. So that should be taken into account. Number 2, I found an article from the Alcohol Narcotic Education Foundation of California, and it talked about marijuana being bad for Colorado. Since the legalization, the state has seen spikes in homelessness, dependence on social services, marijuana-related DUI crashes, marijuana-related medical emergencies, including children overdoses, and hospitals losing millions of dollars treating uninsured users. Also, that marijuana was bad for habitual users. A new report by UC Davis said that the report on marijuana use found that 52% of middle-class frequent users experienced downward mobility compared to only 14% of non-users. Regular long-term users also had more antisocial behaviors at work, such as stealing money or lying to get a job, and experience more relationship programs such as intimate partner violence and controlling abuse. We can expect that this industry is going to glamorize marijuana through advertising. As with alcohol and tobacco, prolonged use of the substance will eventually claim thousands of lives a year.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay. As a concerned citizen of an unincorporated area, I ask the board to reconsider their decision to use unincorporated properties for marijuana.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is 4109. 4109.
Hi, this is Hannah Bay, the Executive Director of the San Diego County Farm Bureau. San Diego County Farm Bureau supports the commercial production of cannabis as an agricultural crop when done in full compliance with state and local cannabis regulations. San Diego farmers want to grow cannabis as an agricultural commodity. Cannabis is the most highly regulated agricultural commodity in the state of California under the California Bureau of Cannabis Control. We strongly encourage the Board of Supervisors to establish a legal, local regulatory framework so that our local agricultural community can maintain economic viability by remaining competitive within the agricultural markets. We also encourage the county to engage the agricultural stakeholders so that we can craft an ordinance to ensure it's done in a way that's successful for both the farming community and the backcountry residents of San Diego County. I'd also like to take a moment and speak from a personal angle as a first small generation family farmer that lived for over 5 years on the border, the Mexican border in a very rural area of Jamul and Belzura. And you want to know what's scary about drugs in the backcountry? Black market drug manufacturing and trafficking. Not only the black market of unregulated dispensaries and growing operations, but the 100-year-old drug trafficking trails that exist in this region. And the fact that as a mom of 3 young children located in a highly rural area, I had to worry about today, am I going to see out here alone an ultralight? Am I going to see foot traffic with people carrying things that I don't know? That is what is scary about the black market drug trade in unincorporated county of San Diego. The only way to resolve this is to establish a legal local framework so that we can eradicate this black market drug trade and we can enforce and regulate it legally. So I highly encourage the supervisors to vote yes on this agenda item, and I thank you for bringing it to the table.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 8888. 8888. Please press *6.
Good afternoon. This is Eileen Delaney, Fallbrook Community Planning Group. I've served on it vice chair for over 21 years, but today I'm speaking for myself because we have not had the opportunity to review this ordinance. The proposed ordinance, as written in the board letter, could have significant adverse effects on our small town. Allowing retail marijuana dispensaries in all commercial zones is not in the best interest of family-friendly businesses and tourism. This is not in harmony with our community character. Other zones need to be considered, which might have more appropriate locations. Fallbrook, like other unincorporated areas, has little public transit. Ride shares companies are almost non-existent. Allowing the consumption in certain public settings or events is asking for more drivers under the influence. DUIs with alcohol and the horrendous accidents that this impairment causes happen frequently enough as it is. Cannabis plants have a very strong and unpleasant odor at certain times during growth. Allowing cultivation on all agricultural zones could impact the lives and quiet enjoyment of adjacent neighbors. If time allowed, I would point out other areas of concern with this ordinance: limited code compliance, limited sheriff's deputies. Planning groups are elected sponsor groups, and sponsor groups are appointed to represent and voice the unincorporated communities. They know their towns, and they should be given the opportunity to represent the will of their voters. They are stakeholders. In the years that I have served on the planning group, I cannot recall an ordinance of this magnitude that was not first sent to the local planning and sponsor groups for their review and recommendations. I respectfully request that this agenda item be continued until such time that our community planning group and sponsor groups are able to meet and offer their recommendations for what is best for their communities. This is the fair and reasonable thing for our Board of Supervisors to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 4592. 4592.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Lippett. For over 20 years, my prevention colleagues and I have addressed the harms from the abuse of alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana on behalf of youth and young adults. The county's failure to prioritize preventing drug abuse can be blamed for the increased drug use and overdose deaths that they hand-wring about. Marijuana regulations, harm reduction, and treatment are all challenged by prevention at every level. We will never get at this, at the epidemic of overdose and drug use by trying to treat our way out of it. We are late to the game. Does this mean the county wants to compete with other cities to see who can sell the most marijuana or grow the greatest number of users? This is no game for the residents who will be impacted by commercial marijuana businesses in their unincorporated communities. This proposal would not be a surprise coming from the marijuana industry, who has neither responsibility nor accountability for public health, but county supervisor does and should not be spearheading this proposal on their behalf. While Chair Fletcher spoke at public meetings throughout the county on the harms of tobacco, he skillfully avoided mentioning marijuana. No reasonably informed individual would fail to recognize that marijuana does not deserve a pass. It may be politically expedient for Supervisor Fletcher to exploit the residents of unincorporated communities who are not within District 4, but that's not equitable. Unincorporated residents deserve to be consulted. They were not granted such a privilege. The consequences of this proposal may be unintended, but they are predictable. Equity is being disingenuously used to justify this effort, and it is no more an issue of equity than deeming marijuana businesses and liquor stores essential businesses, when small businesses and personal services are not. Please require the names and licenses of the accredited testing facilities claimed to be operating and ensuring product safety earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
you. Our next speaker is 3381. 3381. 3381.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Hi. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And I really enjoy the thoroughness of the conversation. First and foremost, my name is Joey Martinez. I am Vice President of the Cemetery Board here in Valley Center, as well as previously on the Valley Center Community Planning Group. And for the past 10 years, I've been hosting a talk show called the Devil Doc Talk Show that connects our veterans to resources that would provide them relief and medical attention. I've heard a lot of what cannabis is and isn't. I've heard a lot of perspectives so far today, but to speak of any kind of subject matter expertise, I haven't heard anybody discussing that, except from a few of the growers as well as the concerned citizens. I would just like to remind everybody that the San Diego unincorporated area is vast and completely more so populated by our lower or more in need of social services communities. And to be able to provide a access point of actual rational thought for cannabis, as well as the cannabis industry and agriculture, I would just like us to all keep in mind that this is something that's been voted on by our population since 1995, and then implemented in 96, and then reaffirmed in 2016, as everybody is kind of discussing the medical marijuana, or I should say, Adult Use Act. With the last moment of seconds that I have left, I would just like to remind everybody that the black market is being created because of the lack of access to these regions, and as well as the overreaching taxation and regulation and the licensing and cost that it takes to operate these type of industries. Again, my name is Joseph Martinez, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0601. 0601.
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Chairman Fletcher and fellow board members. Thank you for taking the time to hear and consider item number 4. My name is Blue Quisquis. I'm a member of the Sample Skull Band and a Valley Center resident. I'm addressing the county board in favor of establishing common sense regulation and addressing the issue of counterfeit cannabis and the protection of public health and safety. We may have differences of opinion on the issue of cannabis, and what I have to say is let science speak. It's not a gateway drug. I'm speaking up for those that do not have a voice. One in particular is my brother with Guillain-Barré syndrome. It's a rare neurologic disease, and the only form of cannabis he can take is edible form. And with current regulations in the county, it does not allow edible forms. I have to drive 3 cities away to get safe, tested, and regulated medical cannabis. With President Biden's moratorium on tribal consulting and strengthening nation-to-nation relations, I hope the county takes a different approach than the state to cannabis reform and committing to honoring tribal sovereignty and including the tribal voices and policy declaration and effect in tribal communities. The state of California has much to learn from San Diego and tribal nations, and a strong communication in this fundamental relationship between the 19 nations in San Diego County. One example of not common sense regulation is the state regulation 5416, delivery of physical address. A retailer should not deliver cannabis goods to an address located on tribal land. This prohibition applies to land held in trust by the United States for an individual tribal member. This regulation is not common sense cannabis regulation because it provides no safe way to get medical cannabis delivered. By repealing the current ban on cannabis in unincorporated areas and develop a comprehensive social equality cannabis program that will give safe access to cannabis for all. I know your time is valuable, and I appreciate the time you give to hear our concerns as tribal members and San Diego community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 3359. 3359. If you don't respond when your number is called, we will come back to you. Our next speaker is 4917. 4917.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello, my name is Erica Leary, and I've been with the North Coastal Prevention Coalition in North County for 25 years. We've made a lot of progress in reducing underage drinking and youth substance use. Unfortunately, marijuana is the only substance, both locally and nationally, that is not seeing declines in youth use. Substance use disorder is a pediatric onset disease, meaning 90% of those suffering started their use before age 18, typically with a legal substance like alcohol, tobacco, or marijuana, and often in combination. We've increased the purchase age for tobacco to 21, but there's a serious loophole with medical marijuana, providing easy access for those 18 and up who often become the supplier to younger teens. This is not just a problem of the black market, and there is a lack of evidence that an expanded legal market eliminates the black market. Even our current legal framework has no policy to conduct compliance checks, and deliveries are happening to every doorstep. Commercial marijuana will not solve the economic and equity challenges we face and will make our public health challenges worse. We know this from alcohol and tobacco. The taxes generated don't come close to covering their societal costs. It's also critical to consider the impact of impaired driving that's been mentioned by several speakers. Allowing on-site consumption in the unincorporated area will increase impaired driving. Last year, we've had a record number of DUI fatalities in our county. While we continue battling our current public health crises of COVID-19 and overdose deaths and face an impending mental health crisis, I encourage you to hit pause on this proposal. Address the challenges in cities where it's already permitted regarding high potency, advertising, especially promotions on social media targeting youth, impaired driving, and youth access before expanding this experiment to the unincorporated areas of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0425. 0425. Zero 0425.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hello, this is Lance Rogers. I'm a resident of Imperial Beach. I'm a practicing attorney. I represented the first licensed dispensary in the county in 2011, the first dispensary in the city of San Diego, the first dispensary in Chula Vista, first licensed cannabis farm in Oceanside, and I'm the general counsel for the Humboldt County Growers Alliance, which is a number of hundreds of licensed cannabis farms in Northern California. I support the efforts, and I encourage the board to consider, the time and place that we're at. I think it's taken so long to get here today because of the misinformation and just unsubstantiated fear that some of these organized groups put out there. I mean, to suggest that there's no compliance measures in place for these licensed businesses is nonsense. To suggest that these businesses steal power is absurd. I don't understand why a representative of SDG&E would say that when a power upgrade for one of these businesses will cost about $250,000. It's not going to bring blight to your community. It's going to raise your property values. It's going to increase tax revenue. There's not an increase in drug driving. Workers at these businesses go through drug tests. There's zero tolerance drug policies. So, just consider the facts and the evidence that's presented to you, because I think it's taken so long and we're so far behind the rest of the municipalities throughout the state just because of this ongoing misinformation campaign. And I'm hoping that we can kind of get past that, turn a new corner, and open up access and new jobs and new business opportunities for everyone in the county of San Diego. It's normal. So let's get with the times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2901. 2901.
Good morning, or afternoon, actually. My name is Jessica McElfresh. I am a near lifetime resident of the unincorporated area of the county in Supervisor Desmond's district. I am also a cannabis attorney and who has focused on regulating cannabis businesses throughout the state of California as well as the county for nearly 11 years. I was present when the county passed its ordinance nearly 10 years ago. I was present when the county put the current licensees in the county on a close down timer in 2017. And it's great to be able to speak to you today about moving the county's regulations forward into something that is going to work. I do not want to repeat much of what you have already heard today. I would point out that I'm thrilled that the county wants to discuss a new ordinance. A lot has changed since 10 years ago. We now actually have state regulation and agencies that handle that. It doesn't require local jurisdictions to quite try to operate in something of a voice. We also have a great deal of successful regulations in surrounding jurisdictions that you can look upon and draw from, including in the area of mixed light cultivation. Unfortunately, our ordinance is terribly behind the times. It has led in a way to a failure to thrive for local businesses, a failure to thrive for safe access, and a failure of appropriate zoning for both the businesses and the residents. What you're talking about today will eliminate that. Regulation works. It helps get rid of the unpermitted facilities that cause some of the challenges that people have been calling in about today. It helps ensure safety for consumers. It helps ensure proper collection of taxes for the local government. It also helps ensure that businesses are located where they belong. Commercial businesses belong in commercial zones. I would also encourage, in addition to trying to implement an equity program that will cover, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3359. 3359.
Good afternoon. My name is, hello?
Hello.
Hi there. I think we have two callers simultaneously. Let's hear from 3359 first.
Yes, that's me. Hello, my name is Jack Wood, and I'm a resident of Fallbrook for over 25 years. While I'm speaking to you today as an individual, I give you some background on myself so that you have some idea of my credentials.
I've been an elected member of the Fallbrook Community Planning Group for over 20 years, and I currently serve as chairman of that group. As such, we're advisors to the county on most issues that affect our community, and the proposed ordinance certainly will affect us. Yet our local planning group has not been given the right or the opportunity to make any comments on this proposal that will have such a far-reaching and detrimental consequences to the nearly 60,000 residents of our unincorporated community. The idea of proposing this ordinance is ludicrous. Our unincorporated community will be changed forever. We are in the initial stages of a revitalization program for our community, and it clearly does not include opening up pot shops all over town. That is what will happen if this ordinance is approved. We've worked diligently to make this village a friendly, art-loving, and peaceful place to live. Opening it up to the type of business proposed destroys all the efforts that so many have worked so hard in order to make this community a place where people will want to visit and live in. I belong to a worldwide organization called Rotary International, which has 1.2 million members. Our creed relates to things that we think, say, or do. It's a four-way test, and it goes like this. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships to all concerned? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? This proposed ordinance will not meet any part of that four-way test. There are 27 unincorporated planning groups in San Diego County, and yet one of the sponsors of this group does not have any unincorporated area, and the other one has only one.
Thank you, sir.
How in good conscience can you propose and vote in favor of a proposal that would...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next, we'll go to 7234. 7234.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I live and work in San Diego County. I'm a mother of 3 adult sons whose adult economic trajectory has been disrupted by COVID. Their future plans have been hijacked. I am stunned by the suggestion that would help them is to operate a pot business. My sons need, all of our sons need, educational opportunities, technical skills, and equipment to pursue their education and work and internship possibilities. Now more than ever, they need that. And the county public health needs strong drug use prevention messages, which would go a long way to assist these vulnerable young adults. If the Board of Supervisors really cares about fairness and an equal playing ground, give our youth a clear pathway to education and jobs, not pot businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1822. 1822.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Peggy Walker with Citizens for Safe Neighborhoods, opposing strongly item 4. Chair Fletcher, you're a strong proponent of flavored tobacco bans, and we thank you for that. But every reason you gave for banning flavored tobacco applies to marijuana, especially flavored marijuana vaping products. They should be banned as well. You said you've been a victim of addiction. Why would you wish that on others, especially young people? How can you use science to support positions on flavored tobacco, climate change, and COVID safety, but turn away from science-based data regarding the harms of marijuana commercialization, which hooks kids, creates risk to public health, and a burden on physicians and a burden on the environment? Local data shows increased teen and young adult use, increased DUIs involving marijuana treatment, as verified by the San Diego City Attorney, and ER admissions. As you push for more marijuana businesses, the County Health Improvement Plan, CHIP, with your picture placed prominently at the top, lists stop alcohol, tobacco, and drug use as number 3 of 7 priorities for health improvement. Please consider the medical motto, first do no harm. All of the claims for medical marijuana benefits that I've heard today are highly anecdotal and arbitrary, not science-based. This industry is not well regulated nor safe. Legalization has not stopped the illegal market, but furthered it. The BCC, Bureau of Cannabis Control, has failed in enforcement. Track and trace is not working. Testing is haphazard. Labeling is not controlled. And most important, pot falls into teen hands from legal buyers. Ms. Vargas pledged to put families first. Yet respected Latinx leaders say they've not heard one parent ask for pot shops or cultivation nearby, nor want their families involved in selling
Thank you.
or growing addictive drugs.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5773. 5773. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. If we don't.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of the unincorporated area of the county, serve on the San Diego Planning Group in District 5, and I'm also a registered pharmacist. When I first saw what was being proposed, I could not believe it. These serious, consequential, and irreversible zoning changes are being proposed before any community input. It is imperative that prior to making any considerable zoning changes such as this, the board allows input from planning and sponsor groups and other private citizens. To do otherwise shows a complete disregard for the hundreds of citizens who volunteer their time on these groups to be the voice of the community and represent their interests to the board rather than the special interests of those who stand to profit from this in the industry, many who do not even live in our communities. We are not the city. Factors such as the amount of dispensaries, distance from sensitive sites to protect our children, and allowing consumption that will lead to increases in DUIs on our winding country roads all require broad community input. Furthermore, allowing those with prior arrests and convictions to go to the front of the line is rewarding bad behavior and should not be tolerated. In fact, when I read that, I thought it must be a misprint. You can call it, quote, social equity, but I fail to understand how encouraging more drugs in communities previously devastated by drug use is going to help those communities. In conclusion, this is a serious matter of land use planning, and the community must be given time and means for input to mitigate the serious negative impacts of this decision on the constituents in the unincorporated area. As a pharmacist, I recognize the valid medicinal uses of marijuana. However, cannabis is not a harmless product, and our most vulnerable residents, our children, need to be protected. They do not need easier access. It is already readily available. I urge you not to approve item number 4. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the record?
Beth Nelson.
Thank you. Our next caller is 3800. 3800.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Gordon. As the adult advisor for a Hispanic youth group, I appreciate the county's leadership on tackling the vaping crisis as phrased by Supervisor Fletcher. Vaping of any product is harmful to our lungs. It's confusing why the county would vote to ban flavored nicotine that you vape, but not be concerned about vaping marijuana, which is the most common method used. Vaping marijuana delivers a more potent form of marijuana through vaporized concentrates, which can contain as much as 99% THC. In San Diego, marijuana vape cartridges are the most sold product at these businesses. According to 2019 Monitoring the Future, young people use more potent marijuana and more often. Young people report vaping marijuana in an increasingly large number since was first reported in 2017. Marijuana is often the first drug our youth try, and it is often not the last, which can lead to more addiction. Due to the normalization of marijuana, the county's framework for our future should be focused on educating our teens regarding the harmful effects of marijuana and not promote an industry that is identical to big tobacco that needs to addict its customers to increase their bottom line. I don't know of a Hispanic family that would want or support a marijuana business in their community. I respectfully request the board to not permit these businesses and reconsider how the marijuana industry has influenced their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5537. 5537.
Hello, my name is Casey Strang, and I'm the Executive Director of the San Marcos Prevention Coalition. We are a youth drug prevention coalition. Thank you for this time to speak to you about what we are experiencing in our community and the dismay that we have that the county is proposing to permit a program where 18-year-olds, many still high school seniors, can get a recommendation for, quote, medical marijuana. These medical marijuana recommendations can be had online or in person for a very small fee. You can just look in the back of the reader for these pot doctors. Our teens can claim any ailment to get a medical pot recommendation. They may claim anxiety with school, trouble sleeping or relaxing, etc. The pot doctor does not do a physical exam, does not review the teen's medical history, and does not consult with their parents, guardians, or loved ones. As long as the small fee is paid, a recommendation is given. If this is to be considered a medicine, why is it administered differently than every other medicine? Please consider that this medical pot fraud and abuse is happening. Our teens are not living well with this ease in obtaining highly potent and attractive pot products. Please protect our youth and don't facilitate this abuse that is happening through this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 9670. 9670.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dan Summers, and I represent two organizations this afternoon. First one is the American Liberty Forum, which is totally opposed to expanding the impact of marijuana into unincorporated areas of the county. The second one is the Ramona Community Planning Group, of which I am an elected member. I can share with you our voting record. On 3 occasions, the Ramona Community Planning Group has voted overwhelmingly to curtail and reduce the presence of marijuana in Ramona. At our meetings in March of 2016, November of 2016, and February of 2017, we voted to reduce the dispensaries in Ramona from 4 to 2, keep their locations away from schools and youth activities, and limit sales to adults over at least 21. Frankly, I and other parents in Ramona are wondering why elected officials like Supervisors Vargas and Fletcher would want to insert a gateway drug into the unincorporated areas of the county, where it has always, with good reason, been prohibited. This proposal will increase access to minors, it will increase driving under the influence, and it will increase 911 calls, not to mention disputes between neighbors and businesses. Why would Supervisors Vargas and Fletcher propose this? Oh yeah, money. There is money in cultivation, production, distribution, and sales, and it might add tax revenue and, of course, campaign contributions. Supervisors, vote to protect our kids. Vote for safety. Vote for sobriety on our highways. And vote no on this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6598. 6598.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Judy Strang here. I have worked in social work and now public health for 40 years, serving primarily families who live on the fringe. In talking to them about this proposal, they were shocked. No one asked them if this is what they want. and there's $500,000 on the table, they would really like to be consulted because pot shops in the unincorporated area of the county was never at the top of their list. They also wonder why the planning groups who work so hard in the unincorporated area weren't consulted first. On behalf of families that are living on the fringe, they really expressed themselves well yesterday at your Board of Supervisors meeting about the things that they do need. They need help with their children to get the education that they need. They need the technology, and they need mentors, and they need interns. They don't need pot shops in their communities. They also want you to know that Prop 64 was about personal possession. It was not about businesses being everywhere. In fact, that's such a well-known fact that 80% of the cities in California don't have pot businesses. They also want you to know that permitting doesn't stop the black market, just as Chula Vista and Vista and the city of San Diego. They also want you to know that taxes that you might receive will never outweigh the damages that occur when marijuana businesses come to town. Our ethnically diverse and unfortunately financially handicapped families at this time really need your consideration. That this subject would come up in January of a brand new term seems unfortunate to them. They have needs. They want you to listen to them, and this isn't one of them. What they want are neighborhoods where the grocery stores carry fresh fruits and vegetables. They want playgrounds. They want parks. They don't want pot shops. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 2122. 2122. 2122.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, hello. My name is Imad Tadros. I'm a board-certified psychiatrist and a graduate of the UCSB residency program, where I have been practicing in the county of San Diego for the last 29 years. My patients regularly show poor judgment spending the monthly subsidized government disability checks on drugs, most commonly used marijuana, as it is considered the most legally used and most mentally altering drug. Psychiatric patients are constantly jamming our emergency rooms and utilizing expensive hospital stays, being progressively intoxicated with marijuana. I have regularly observed patients who had made treatment progress suddenly lose such progress after the return to use marijuana. Availability invites abuse, abuse invites dependence, and marijuana invites access to opiates, which has been the case for hundreds of thousands of cases, where marijuana is the gateway drug to abusing opiates. The marijuana industry wants to make sure that no one knows that their marijuana product is the gateway to abusing opiates. I am shocked at the amount of ignorance and naivety, how thousands of marijuana consumers have no clue about marijuana dangers. Patients are very proud of using pure, potent marijuana stuff, high concentration, pricey types, or the marijuana wax, which is only more dangerous to our patients, and they are, in fact, the sickest to handle. County leaders, you have a due diligence and are responsible for the health of our county residents. Expanding marijuana access will never improve public health. Patients' marijuana is inappropriately exhausting and draining our state medical funds in emergency room and hospital services, and is rechanneling government funds into the pockets of the marijuana industry.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank
you, sir.
Our next speaker is 6366. 6366.
Good morning. My name is Andrea St. Julian, and I am a local attorney, as well as the co-founder and president of the board for the nonprofit Community Advocates for Just and Moral Governance. And since that name is quite a mouthful, we go by the acronym MOGO. MOGO's mission includes the promotion of social justice in its various forms, and that is why MOGO is here today in support of Agenda Item 4. The comments in favor of item 4 have provided really compelling insight into why this board must vote yes on this item. As repeatedly explained, the regulation of cannabis, which is already legal, is imperative to protect not only consumers, but also the larger community. It is the only way to achieve safe access. Just as important as allowing safe access to cannabis is ensuring that the individuals and communities that have been negatively affected by the criminalization of cannabis can now move toward healing those wounds. A yes vote on item 4 will create economic opportunity for those community members dedicated to building a business who might not otherwise have that opportunity. This economic opportunity will in turn support the growth of communities throughout San Diego. I want to thank Chair Fletcher and also Supervisor Vargas for their leadership on this issue and request that every board member vote yes on item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2847. 2847.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Lieberman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. The Chamber is pleased to support the proposed cannabis framework. In the years since the passage of Prop 64, the legal cannabis industry has grown throughout the state. Many other local jurisdictions in the county have approved cannabis retailing, cultivating, and manufacturing procedures. It is now a part of our regional economy, both as a standalone industry and as it affects other industries, including real estate, tourism, finance, agriculture, and more. This proposed framework would allow for a safe, regulated, and legal market to thrive in the unincorporated areas of the county. A legalized cannabis policy would create new opportunity for tax revenue for the county at a time when budgets are hurting as a result of the COVID crisis. We encourage the Chief Administrative Officer and county staff to proactively consult with other jurisdictions that have already adopted cannabis-related ordinances in order to create a real regional strategy. The Chamber is pleased to offer our support and urge for you to vote yes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6463. 6463. Six, 463, please press *6 to unmute yourself. If not, we'll go on to 7777. We will come back to the numbers that we've called if they didn't respond. So we're moving on to 7777.
Afternoon, Honorable Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Tyler Gaffney. I'm a resident in Fallbrook. I'm a business owner and father of 3. And I appreciate the testimonies from Chairman and Supervisor Vargas and others regarding the potential boost to our economy, but which we absolutely need to put forward pro-business policies, but which kind? I submit for strong consideration that we are in a very fortunate position to learn from the statistics coming out from Colorado, who has sufficient history that the science has now come in and we don't have to rely on mere anecdotes. Quoting from a report that was reviewed by the University of Colorado, Denver, Harvard Medical School, Boston Children's Hospital, University of Connecticut, Yale, and others, that first, regarding the youth ages 12 to 17, youth marijuana use is significantly on the rise in Colorado as a direct result of legalization, who is seeing a 65% increase in this use since they passed this legislation. This is despite all the efforts towards regulations and the presence of a legal market to prevent such diverted use. Increased accessibility only leads to increased use, and this increased use has grave consequences. The science has confirmed that the adolescent brain, particularly the part that regulates planning for complex cognitive behavior, personality expression, decision-making, and social behavior, is especially susceptible to all the negative effects of marijuana and other drug use. And more than just our youth, consider the opioid use, that despite testimony to date and contrary to expectations, Colorado has seen with a 23% increase in opioid deaths since legalization. And they're also showing a 2.6 times more likely to abuse prescription opioids with marijuana use. Regarding mental health, direct associations have been made between marijuana use and the development of mental health issues, including psychosis, depression, anxiety, suicidality, and reshaping brain matter and addiction. Considering our youth again, chronic adolescent marijuana use has been correlated with cognitive impairment and decreased ability to do well in school.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6180. 6180.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Stephanie Baxter, and my family lives in Fallbrook, District 5, Supervisor Desmond. I serve on the Fallbrook Planning Group, but I'm speaking with you today as a private citizen. In researching the unincorporated counties that have adopted similar ordinances, I cite the negative impact on the youth and increased violent crime. We are already understaffed for law enforcement and emergency services. Mr. Fletcher, how many unincorporated areas are in your district? 0. And you, Ms. Vargas, you have 1. The rest of these areas will be gravely affected by an ordinance which won't even concern your residents, their economy, or their family safety and well-being. Speaking of economy and equity, will the revenue generated by this ordinance be fairly parceled back to the areas from which it came? Will the county increase sheriff and emergency services to the unincorporated areas which would have the greatest risk of cannabis-related crime, addiction, and accidents on our winding roads? Why not get citizen input on such a high-impact ordinance? How is this for the people without the people's input? We will work with you as planning groups and sponsor groups, but this one-size-fits-all approach will not work in every area. So let's work together. My concern is if these cash-only businesses are being run by former criminals who get preferential permit treatment. They're already connected with the gangs and drug rings, and without law enforcement support, crime will increase, even with compliance. I imagine robberies and armored vans and heavily armed guards becoming the norm in our unincorporated downtowns, which, as many people have mentioned, we have been working hard with planning development services at the county level to revitalize. I respectfully request that you vote to continue this item until planning groups can communicate with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 2153. 2153. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. 2153. If not, we will come back to you. Our next speaker is 6463. 6463. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. And if we don't hear from you, we will come back to you one final time. Our next speaker,
Oh, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, hello, hi. My name is Dallin Young, and I'm here today on behalf of the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, and we fully support item 4 put forward by Chairman Fletcher and Supervisor Vargas. Since 1996 and even decades prior, California and our local governments have spent countless of billions of dollars enforcing against cannabis access, on the incarceration of individuals found in possession, and on indoctrinating generations that this plant and those who use it deserve horrific treatment. Communities of color, the main battlefields for this war on drugs, are still reeling from this effort. It is essential that we rectify these injustices by establishing a robust social equity program that provides ownership, employment, education, and reinvestment for those most harmed by our past and present failures. This industry is still in its infancy, and we have the ability to redirect potential revenues towards rebuilding our communities. Also, we are in the midst of an economic crisis. The burgeoning cannabis industry has the potential to bring in much needed investment, revenue, and overall economic activity to help with our region's recovery. This industry in only a few years has contributed tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue and thousands of full-time jobs. Let's be clear, commercial cannabis activity is already taking place on a large scale in the unlicensed marketplace. We need clear and comprehensive regulations in place to stop these illegal operations and provide consumers a safe, legal, tested, and taxable alternative. Therefore, we urge the supervisors to support item 4 so that the industry and our communities can move forward in a just way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4959. 4959.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board, and thank you for your time today. My name is Todd Walters. I'm the President of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 135 here in San Diego County. I live in unincorporated Vista, which is District 5. UFCW represents over 13,000 essential workers in San Diego County, and of that 13,000 workers, we also represent cannabis members. We support this item and believe that smart and controlled opening in this industry will lead to good jobs and start to eliminate the black market or illegal dispensaries. We look forward to working with the county in passing this item, and we would like to participate in the formation of the ordinance. And we are also promised to work with the community and make sure that this is fair, fits in, and benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 0706. 0706.
Hi there. Thank you. This is Terry Best. I'm from District 4. There have been so many positive comments. I couldn't possibly match the knowledge of our collective community and what they presented. So I'm going to use just a portion of my short time here to thank Nathan Fletcher for championing this issue from the bottom of my heart. Nathan, you heard us. You gathered the right people. You gathered fantastic people. You covered our needs exhaustively, and you took up the issue as soon as you could. You heard us, and I'm so grateful to you for understanding us. Thank you, Nathan. We will not forget. Bye.
Thank you. Our next caller is 6598. 6598. If not, we will move on to 3187. 3187.
Hello, my name is Armand King, and I'm calling in favor of agenda item number 4. And I'm calling on behalf of my community that I represent in District 4 and unincorporated area of Spring Valley, where I spent the majority of my life and now a current resident. I am a U.S. military veteran. I am a community leader and activist. I work with the youth that are disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. I am a victim of the war on drugs. I spent 3 years incarcerated, federal and state time for cannabis that is now legal, because of which, and the convictions that I have, both strikes for marijuana that is now legal. I repeat, I cannot get a license. I cannot even enter in the industry that I am a professional. I'm strongly in favor for a social equity plan that not only needs to be implemented, has to be implemented. San Diego is, we're progressive in all areas, but so behind and prehistoric when it comes to a social equity plan. How can we have other cities in this state that are way beyond us? We have an opportunity, we're in a great standing where we can look at those plans, see what they did wrong, and make those correct, so we put our best foot forward, have a comprehensive social equity plan, and really reinvest this money into these communities that need it. I hate to use the word revitalize because they've never been in a vital position from the beginning. These communities are still suffering, have suffered, and always suffered. I am 39 years old, and I have never seen this opportunity to be able to come into our communities and help the youth groups, help the other nonprofits that are out here in San Diego, and help to really, really right the devastation that was done by the war on drugs that tore up my family, tore up my friends' families, tore up our community. We need to do this. And I hear all these code words that are being spoken from other people that are just being short of being racist and saying the word black, talking about criminals running a preferential treatment. I'm going to stop. But just know that I hear you and you are racist.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8480. 8480.
Scott Chipman, San Diegans for Safe Neighborhoods. Supervisors should be focused on messaging on the harms and dangers of marijuana and not be promoting drug dealers and pot use. According to the LA Times, 80% of cities and counties in California don't allow commercial operations. Areas that have tried to regulate have failed, and the black market actually grows in those areas. There's no shortage of marijuana anywhere. California already produces 10 times more marijuana than it consumes. Growing more marijuana will just increase the surplus of pot being transported across borders. California is the marijuana drug cartel for the United States. There is currently a drug abuse epidemic, and our youth and young adults are suffering. There's no difference between medical marijuana and just to get high marijuana. Our ERs are swamped with drug users, including those with marijuana-induced psychosis. And there's no limit to potency. In Europe, pot over 15% is considered a hard drug. In California, 15% THC is very low strength, with products containing 25 to 95% THC common. There is no equity in drug use and addiction, only abuse. Ethnic communities are hurt most. There is a big difference between decriminalization and commercialization. Commercialization encourages and expands the use. Increasing pot sales and use for tax revenues is a Faustian bargain, selling public health and safety for a tiny percentage of the real cost and harms. Who is even measuring the harms in California? According to data, marijuana is the #1 drug associated with the death of a child in Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Where is the data being measured in California? What data are you collecting? Encouraging the use and commercialization of marijuana is counter to the county's responsibility for public health. You should be ashamed to vote for this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is 6598. 6598. Please press *6 to unmute yourself if you'd like to address the board on this item. 6598. If not, we'll go on to 8801. 8801.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I reside in District 5. I'm a mother and director of a youth mentoring and tutoring program. And I'd just like to point out I've had trouble getting through on this number. I've had to, this is the third attempt I've made. While I applaud a focus on equity and job creation, cannabis equity is a false notion. Permitting marijuana businesses in the county's unincorporated areas would serve only to further victimize minority and marginalized communities already overburdened with smoke shops and liquor stores. Increasing the number of pot businesses would continue this unhealthy trajectory and expose youth to drug normalization. The industry is dominated by big corporations, including the tobacco company Altria, formerly Philip Morris. Small operators can't compete with them. Are we to believe these companies care about African American communities when they spend millions lobbying lawmakers to keep menthol cigarettes on the market? 85% of African American smokers purchase menthol cigarettes. Their efforts seek to preserve that income stream while pursuing new revenue in the marijuana marketplace. The county has wisely recognized that flavored tobacco products are fueling the epidemic of teen vaping. Flavored marijuana products are no different. They help to fuel the epidemic of teen marijuana use. This proposal to increase marijuana access operates on a double standard.
Thank you. Our next caller is calling from an unknown number, so if you receive a notification that it's your turn to speak, please press *6 now. And then we'll try one final time with, okay, here we go.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, could you please state your name for the record?
Dolores Chavez Harms. I am chair of the Valley Center Community Planning Group. Good morning, supervisors, or good afternoon now. We have grave concerns of the unregulated retail and cultivation of the cannabis industry coming to our community. Currently, we have more than 1,400 new homes being built in Valley Center, which will bring 1,400 new families to our already existing family community, which means an additional 5,000 minimum, more youth will be coming into our community, exposing them to an even greater risk than we encounter now. Supervisor Desmond already asked to be cognizant of the state mandate for housing in the unincorporated areas of the county. This measure will conflict with the state mandate. The biggest issue is we have a large agricultural product of hemp grown in Valley Center. Hemp is already a legal product and provides a large tax revenue to the county. Allowing this policy to pass will jeopardize these growers who have spent millions of dollars and years to cultivate their crops. The concern is cross-pollination from bees. Cross-pollination of marijuana with hemp will completely destroy a hemp crop. And cross-pollination is inevitable with bees traveling anywhere from 10 to 30 miles. When this happens, and it will, an entire crop of hemp would have to be moved down, accounting for a huge loss of revenue to both the growers and the county. The social equity aspect is absurd. A social equity program is unfair to those individuals who have obeyed the laws, are positive contributors to society, and have invested their hard-earned money to grow a legitimate business. Social equity is a means of corrupting low-crime communities by a redistribution of convicts and individuals who do not obey our laws. You are giving a preferential treatment to individuals convicted of cannabis crimes. Where is the preferential treatment for our citizens who have obeyed the laws? Where is the equanimity in that? There is no proposed limits of consumption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is our last call for the speaker, whose number is 6598. 6598. If you'd like to address the board, please press *6 now. And since we haven't heard from that person, Chair Fletcher, that was the last speaker on this item, so that concludes public testimony.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate all the members of the public that called in. I will ask the clerk, we received a letter from 9 elected officials across San Diego County, a bipartisan group of individuals, and I wanted to make sure their voice was represented. I wanted to ask if the clerk would please read that letter into the record for us.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. The letter reads, Dear members of the board, we, the undersigned city council members, represent cities that permit safe, legal, regulated, and taxed local cannabis businesses. We have worked hard to eliminate the illicit cannabis operations in our cities. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to shut down the illegal operators in the county. But we just can't curse the bad. We have to create the good. We believe the most effective model is a licensing structure that allows patients and consumers to purchase cannabis products from local businesses that are safe, legal, inspected, and taxed. This approach makes the cannabis industry part of the solution and not part of the problem. We believe a fair and transparent licensing process gives everyone a chance to succeed, including members of our disadvantaged communities. We encourage you to look at our ordinances and land use policies for creative ideas on how to help the county move towards a legal, safe, taxed, and regulated cannabis system. The signers on this letter are Steve Padilla from Chula Vista, Jennifer Campbell from San Diego, Jerry Jones from Lemon Grove, Mark West from Imperial Beach, Chris Ward from San Diego, Karina Contreras from Vista, Bill Baber from La Mesa, Joe Green from Vista, and Chris Rodriguez from Oceanside.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that very diverse and broad group of elected officials also lending their voice to it. Before we get to board deliberation, I just want to address a couple points that were raised. The first is regarding the role of planning groups. I'm a little surprised to see so many active members of planning groups not understand the county ordinance process. What we're voting on today is to direct staff to begin developing an ordinance. A part of that is stakeholder outreach and engagement, which is the process by which planning groups make their voice heard. This is not a final adoption of the ordinance. It's not even a vote on the ordinance. It is a vote to begin the ordinance development process. And all of the normal engagement process that we do with every other county ordinance as it relates to land use and planning groups will be followed, and they will have the same opportunity to weigh in on this as they do other ordinances that are developed. I also wanted to just share a couple quick points. According to no less an authority than the United States Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, there are no deaths due to an overdose of cannabis, ever. 0. According to the NIH and Centers for Disease Control, this year 458 people will die from a Tylenol overdose and 88,000 will die from alcohol abuse. And I think it is important that we put in context what we are facing and what is going on in this environment. I'll also point out, as a veteran, the VA Directive 1315 provides direction, even though there's some federal challenges, but provides direction so that veterans who are suffering from post-traumatic stress and other issues can be consulted and discuss the value of cannabis without being at risk of losing any of their VA benefits. I also think that it's really important to point out, because none of us want kids to do anything that is harmful to them. According to the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, based on data collected from the CDC, shows that teen cannabis use goes down after the establishment of a regulated and legal framework in a jurisdiction. And so there is certainly conflicting opinions and people have different points of view, but I do think it is important that we take into account the verifiable and valid science and data that's out there. And just one final point I will make on this is the potential economic benefit. The Santa Maria Times reported on July 19th, the Santa Barbara County cannabis taxes have increased from 89% from 2019 to 2020, enough to fully cover the cost of all cannabis enforcement, backfill their loss of Prop 172 funds, and cover the shortfalls due to the COVID-19 impacts. And I think that this is something, again, that as a county, we are losing out on by not having a framework for a safe, regulated, and legal market. I know a few of our board members are going to certainly have comments and thoughts on this, and I want to get to that discussion. To kick off the discussion, I want to make a motion to approve this agenda item. I want to clarify this B3 and B4 include the permitting and zoning changes that would allow for each of those items to operate. I don't think we need to amend the letter, but I think just making clear that B3 and B4 include the permitting and zoning changes that will allow for the sale of ingestible cannabis products and for on-site consumption. And I want to make a minor correction in section B2C. That should read, requires the issuance of labor peace agreements after the 10th employee and not for every 10th employee. So it would be after the 10th employee. And with that, I would make a motion to approve. Let me quickly go to Vice Chair Vargas, who has co-docketed this with me, and then we will get to our other colleagues.
I would like to second that motion, Supervisor Chair.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Anderson. Then we'll go Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you very much. We heard a lot in the testimony from the I'm sorry, I looked down because my notes are here, but we heard an awful lot from the public. And so I want to make sure that we address the illegal shops, the pop-up shops. I know in the community of Lakeside, we had one that was 2 doors down from a school, and they were so emboldened that they had a sign spinner. And here it was placed illegally. People mistook it for a legal shop when they violated state law, and it was a pop-up. So if it's not in the motion already, I'd like to appropriate $500,000 for immediate and aggressive enforcement by the San Diego County Sheriff's deputies of unlicensed illegal dispensaries, labs, or related facilities. And in addition, as part of the budget process, the staff will analyze and recommend ongoing long-term enforcement options. I didn't know if that was in the language already, or we've talked. I've seen it across my desk. I wanted to make sure that it was in there.
I would be happy to add that. Supervisor Anderson, as maker of the motion, is a friendly amendment that we would add $500,000 to ensure enforcement of illegal and unlicensed. Can you repeat that for me? I just want to make sure I get it right, but I'm happy to add that. $500,000.
$500,000 for immediate and aggressive enforcement by the San Diego County Sheriff's deputies of unlicensed illegal dispensaries, labs, or any related facilities.
Got it.
Part of the problem is it took almost 2 weeks to shut down that that dispensary once they recognized it. And this is the one time COVID was a good thing because the school wasn't open. But here it is, almost next door to the school. When I talked to the sheriffs, they are thin out there, and to make that a priority, it's going to take additional deputies. The second part is, in addition, as part of the budget process, the staff will analyze and recommend ongoing long-term enforcement options. That 500,000 is just a burst, but if this moves forward, we really need to protect the communities against those who violate the law.
Yep.
And I have just a couple more quick items to consider. San Diego, La Mesa, and Lemon Grove all are moving forward. And one of the things that San Diego did was they worked with the Sheriff's Department in County Council to develop a license requirement. You know, we had heard some concerns of potential of organized crime. This is a cash business, and weeding out those folks that have violent felonies. I think a cash business combined with a violent felony is a scary option. And I just think that if we reached out to the sheriffs and perhaps looked at how we could protect communities from organized crime, I think that would be good. If you don't mind, I'm just going to give you another 2 quick ones for your consideration. The San Diego City has adopted a policy that includes a 1,000-foot buffer from sensitive land uses like parks, churches, daycare centers. And if we're going to move forward with B4, consumption on premises, I think that we really need to be sensitive. Now, I believe that state law provides for 600 feet as a buffer, but the city of San Diego was able to do 1,000. I don't know how that would look, but perhaps we could look at that through staff before it comes back. And then, one of the people that spoke was Dan Summers from Ramona. He's on the planning board. I do think the community planning boards should have say moving forward in making sure that they're part of the stakeholders within the unincorporated county, I think would be really important. Now, if I recall correctly, there are 3 legal dispensaries in Ramona, so that the board clearly had passed it in the past. So having their input moving forward, I think would be helpful. And then I think that if we repeal the existing ordinance while this is going, before we see the new rules, will that encourage people to pop up and open when we don't know what that landscape looks like? That may be an issue that is not of worry, but I'm still new to this office and I'm learning all the time. If there is a window of opportunity for someone to pop up while the old rules, I just want to address that. I don't know how best to move forward with it. But those were the ideas I had, and I would like for you to consider including those.
Yeah, so I think going in reverse order on your last one you raised about pop-up now, if we are doing immediate and aggressive enforcement, that means that the enforcement on the unlicensed ones will start now, before we even have the regulatory framework. And so I think that issue, I think you cover by the addition of the appropriation you've added to the budget, so the Sheriff's Department can increase enforcement. The issues surrounding the licensing and organized crime and law enforcement, I think that's really covered by the entire ordinance development. I mean, that is the process of the ordinance development and the licensing type issue. Community planning groups will definitely have the opportunity to weigh in, again, as a part of the ordinance development in terms of where we're going. Where I think I would be open to an amendment. So I think those issues I think are fair and valid, and I think there's a pathway to remedy those. It doesn't mean community planning groups will agree, but the input process will be there. And as you point out, they've been through this before because there are facilities that are for medicinal that are in a few of these communities. I think you raise an interesting point on the 600 feet to 1,000 feet. And it is state law that outlines 600 feet as the general kind of best practice. What I would like to add, if this would work with you, is under section B1G, we leave the setbacks of 600 feet, and then we say, but can also consider data as a part of a data-driven process, a setback of up to 1,000 feet. And then we let the staff go out and work on this. And we give them the time to meet with stakeholders, but we're basically giving them range. Somewhere, we're not limiting it to 600. We're not saying it has to be 1,000. We're saying somewhere between 600 and 1,000, use a data-driven process to bring us back a recommendation. And then when it comes back to us, we as a board can weigh in and make a decision. Would that address your concern?
It would. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Let's go to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of testimony, and thanks for all the people that spoke today. I heard some of the, I guess, the dispensary owners, talk about there are some of their customers as patients, which, kind of gives the impression that you've got a doctor, working behind the counter at some of these dispensaries. And I'm not here to deny anybody, medical, prescriptions or anything like that, but it always kind of, baffles me that dispensaries are the place where people go for their marijuana, so-called prescriptions. The fact that the federal government and even the American Medical Association don't, recognize the medical aspects of marijuana, I think they should be dispensed at pharmacies like any other drug, but that's not the case. I was very surprised to find out that, this board letter here today is going to allow for the sale of THC vaping cartridges and flavored edibles. I mean, these are the very things that were used as an argument to shut down all the vaping stores in the unincorporated areas, and that they target youth. And to me, having this and allowing dispensaries now to sell these things in the unincorporated area, to me is just contradictory to what we just did, what happened with the vaping stores. So one of the things that Supervisor Anderson brought up was, I would like to see actually that the part about repealing the zoning ordinances of 6935 and 6976, I'd like to see that stay in place until we have a new ordinance, because all of a sudden it's going to be the Wild West out there. If these ordinances aren't in place and we don't have anything else, I would rather see we keep those ordinances in place and replace it with a new ordinance rather than having no ordinance during the meantime. Can staff, and I've got more comments after this, but can staff weigh in on that? What the ramifications of repealing that today?
Yes, Supervisor Desmond. I believe that's how Chair Fletcher's motion currently reads. It's to develop a zoning ordinance that would allow for the following. It's A through H, and H is a repeal of the county zoning ordinance. So the way I read it is that we would return with a new zoning ordinance that would, in effect, repeal the zoning ordinance sections 6935 and 6976 and replace that with a new ordinance.
Okay, so then that would remain in effect, because that's not what I thought I heard from the chair. But so this would remain in effect until it's replaced, is how you read it for H.
That is correct.
Okay. Just further comments. Yesterday, this board gave authorization to apply for a traffic safety drug impaired driving grant. We also learned yesterday from the National Traffic Survey safety statistics that were presented, the number of drivers under the influence of drugs and a combination of drugs and alcohol is on the rise, with 40% of the drivers now that are killed in accidents are testing positives for both drugs and alcohol. One thing that's missing from this is a prevention and treatment programs for people for drugs or marijuana use or overdoses. I actually talked to the ER doctor in Pueblo, Colorado. Pueblo, Colorado is a city that went in 100% with marijuana. Their major industry had left town. And that ER doctor told me that they were, they had no treatment programs to combat, some of the negative effects of the access of marijuana. They also told me that there was no financial panacea. Pueblo, Colorado was not seeing a big financial boon due to how they went in 100% with marijuana. Matter of fact, they're seeing a lot more societal problems because of that. And I was also told that the black market is thriving now in Colorado because of the increased costs of the marijuana at the dispensaries. This item before us actually proposes we give people more access to physical and mental impairing drugs. This item proposes to allow people to consume drugs on and at dispensary sites and then drive on the winding rural roads. We currently have a huge behavioral health and homelessness crisis. Many of our homeless are mentally ill, and they cope with their demons by self-medicating with alcohol and drugs, exacerbating their behavioral health issues. Today, we still do not have the resources or facilities to fully deal with the current behavioral health issues. And yet this item proposes we make more drugs more accessible. Now is not the time to make physically and mentally impairing drugs more accessible. This is like pouring gasoline on the current crisis of behavioral health and homelessness. The board letter states there's no current pathway for adult use cannabis in the unincorporated area. This is not true. Delivery of marijuana is available throughout the unincorporated area. However, this is not a debate as to whether or not marijuana should be allowed in the county. The voters have spoken. But I would like to remind everybody, when the voters spoke to legalize marijuana in California, they also gave the local jurisdiction, in this case the county, the authority over distribution, cultivation, and manufacturing. And one of the choices could be, we don't allow any of those. And that's what has been in place. So everybody likes to say it's legal, but don't realize that the local jurisdictions still have authority over those distribution, cultivation, and manufacturing. So this really is a land use issue. And I want to make sure that the unincorporated residents of the county have a chance to lay in on land use issues in their communities. And these are not cities, we are their government. And these are individual communities, and they all have their unique characteristics. Ramona, Fallbrook, Alpine, Julian, Borrego, they all have their different characteristics. So I'm going to be focusing more on the storefronts in the neighborhood communities, the ag. I understand the farmers are in favor of growing it. But I do have a question on, want to be addressed on ag if fields can go right up to schools, if it's only the dispensaries that have to be 1,000 feet away. I don't know if as far as growing, but in the board letter, the CAO is directed to create zoning ordinances that would allow pot shops to be in every commercial and industrial area throughout the county, with consumption allowed on site, with no restriction on the number of dispensaries or how close they can be to get to each other in a community. The only proposed distance restriction, which you just modified, is the dispensary can't be located within 600 to 1,000 feet of a K through 12 school. And per the reference you have here, the regulation, that includes daycare or youth centers. And youth centers aren't clearly defined in the reference provided. It doesn't specify youth centers as parks or playgrounds or bus stops. It just says youth centers. So to me, it's clearly vague. But mostly, if not all the jurisdictions in the county that do allow dispensaries, many of them have more restrictions on dispensaries as far as distances from children, distance from each other, the number of dispensaries, than what's being proposed here today. The way it's written right now, with recommendations B1A through E, the chief administrative officer is directed to create zoning that allows for cannabis retail in commercial and industrial. That would be all commercial and industrial. Cultivation and agriculture. cultivation and agricultural zones, and manufacturing, testing, and distribution, and industrial. In the recommendation B6, the CAO is directed to conduct a robust stakeholder outreach to help develop recommendations. But the outreach recommendation that was brought up does not specify the unincorporated planning and sponsor groups as stakeholders. I would like them to be specifically added in there in the list, that the unincorporated planning and sponsor groups be part of B6. So I have a question to staff, because as written, I'm just wondering, as written, where it's B1A through E, does staff have the ability to incorporate community input into these new zones? For example, if a community requests a greater number buffer distance, maybe they want 2,000 feet from sensitive areas or maximum number of dispensaries within the community, can you honor or accommodate that request as directed by the new zoning ordinances, B1 through A? So in other words, you're directed to create these zones as written here, A through E. Can you incorporate in those any changes or recommendations from the stakeholder input?
Chair Fletcher, Supervisor Desmond, I believe the chair mentioned that we would be returning back to the board within 90 days, and we will be able to report to you as it relates to, what the maps look like for purposes of the zoning, for the commercial industrial, for the ag, where the cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution would occur. And if we look at item number G, where it states that we've got the 600 to 1,000 feet as far as the sensitive use, we would also be taking that into consideration as we're looking at what those sensitive sites would be and which ones might be in each of those zoning areas or categories.
Well, I guess more specifically, my question is, if I understand you're going to bring back what's spelled out in A through E, if stakeholders want other accommodations or other changes, are you going to be able to accommodate those in what you bring back in 90 days?
We will absolutely bring back to your board any feedback that we receive, as we do with any sort of stakeholder outreach that we conduct. So we will have that as part of the board letter, and then also for purposes of the presentation that we will be making to your board for consideration.
Okay, so you're going to be bringing back that the allowed zoning use, I guess, for cannabis retail allowed in area zone, for commercial and industrial, all of them. Even if a city, let's say one of the planning groups say, we don't want any in our downtown area, or we only want industrial, or we only, we don't want them, so many. So that doesn't sound like what you're going to be bringing back. You're just going to be bringing back their comments.
Right. We would be bringing back the comments. And then in that 90-day return back, the board would provide us with direction on what to move forward with as we then finalize whatever the ordinances would be pursuant to the board's direction.
Okay, so based on these answers, we're really not, I don't think we're conducting stakeholder outreach. We're just rather informing the communities of what the groups want and asking them what they might want to change. I would rather see that the planning groups actually have input, and their input is noted in what is brought back, as opposed to just their comments. So I'd like to ask, I guess, then the maker of the motion to amend the motion to specifically add in the stakeholder input consideration from our planning and sponsor groups. And I also like to ask that you allow the staff the latitude to incorporate input from the sponsor group, from the stakeholders, incorporate changes in the zoning ordinances as they before they bring them for us in 90 days.
No, thank you.
You don't want to add either specifically the adding the sponsor groups or the planning groups in under B6?
They are included under B6. That is a part of all of the normal outreach that we do surrounding any ordinance that is there is engagement and communication with the planning groups. This is the third time we've covered it here in the last 15 minutes. So planning groups will have the opportunity. I'm sorry, let me finish. Planning groups will have the opportunity to weigh in and express their points of view. Those can be shared in the staff report that comes back to us. They also can call into the meeting and share their perspective and point of view there. And they can have supervisors represent their point of view. And so they are included and they will be a part of the outreach effort.
Well, and I think in your explanation to them that they don't understand how this normally operates, what they normally do is they weigh in before any zoning changes happen or take place. They actually have opportunities to weigh in before that. In this case, we're giving them, let me finish. This time, they're putting the zoning in front of them. Here's what the government is recommending. Now you can have your input. Normally, they've been involved from the ground up as far as giving input before the zoning comes forward. So that's it. That's what I would say for the sponsor groups.
I would just let you know the zoning has not come forward, Supervisor Desmond.
I understand that, and they would like to weigh in before
we agree.
It comes forward.
And they will have input before it comes forward. We're 180 days away before anything coming forward. I think that's
okay. I just want to make sure they're heard.
Forward.
Okay.
Let me just quickly touch on a few issues Supervisor Desmond raised. First off, the sensitive sites definition, that is actually defined in state law, and it's pretty much everything that you listed out. So it's not vague, it's not unclear, it's not uncertain. It is schools and parks and churches and all of the various things that you listed out. So that is one that is there. Two, I do appreciate, Supervisor Desmond, your commitment to treatment to those who are suffering from addiction. I wish we'd had it yesterday when you voted against the single most effective treatment option when it comes to addiction. But nonetheless, I do appreciate a renewed commitment to treatment surrounding addiction and drugs. The next thing that is an interesting point of discussion is the notion of on-site consumption. Someone going to a location, consuming a product, and then going home sounds an awful lot like a restaurant, where you can go to a restaurant and consume a product legally and then legally drive home. If you are impaired, then we have a process in place to do that. And I know you've been a great defender of restaurants, and so I certainly hope you won't be bringing forward something to close on-site consumption of alcohol in all bars and restaurants consistent with what you just said, but we will see. The next point is money in here, if you actually read the board letter, does have money from this. The tax revenues ought to go to prevention. That's actually in there, and so I think that is good. And then the last point is around the flavor ban. There is a difference between nicotine and cannabis, but the point of that was to stop youth access. And the point of what we're doing now is also to reduce youth access, and we've shared those locations that have a safe, regulated, and legal environment do have lower youth access. As in terms of relating to the vaping products and the cartridges, what we said was a ban on those until they were a regulated process. And the Bureau of Cannabis Control in the state of California tests, researches, inspects each of these things. And so other vaping products could exist if they had a similar thing. But I am glad that you brought that up, because in October 2019, when we discussed vaping, you said that what we ought to be doing is going after the illicit market. And here today, we are going after the illicit market. You said people should teach your kids to make wise decisions. Well, people could do the same thing here. And I'm old enough to remember on January 14th, 2020, when you lectured us at great length that adults over the age of 21 get to make their own decisions about the types of things that they do. And I don't know what happened between now and then, but you definitely have a different approach. So respect your point of view and position, but I think that this is an appropriate step for us to take moving forward. So thank you for your comments. Let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Supervisor Fletcher, I'd like to comment, because after you're dressing down here, we have difference of opinion, and that's why there's 5 people on this board. I don't think, vaping shops and marijuana dispensaries that can be compared in the way that you've done that. I appreciate that there's dollars going in for services, to deal with treatment and addiction. I disagree with your point that the single most way to defeat and stop addiction is to exchange needles. So I disagree with you on some of those facts and, respectfulully disagree, but I won't be supporting the item.
That's fair enough. And we can disagree. It's not a dressing down. It's a debate. We can debate issues. That's what elected bodies get to do. You make your point. I make my point. We take a vote. We see how it goes, and we all live with the results of that vote. So thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher and Vice Chair Vargas for bringing this forward. I just want to add a couple comments. This is certainly an issue of great interest to many people, and I was contacted by a number of constituents, some with questions and concerns, but most strongly in support, because I think it's pretty clear that the safe and responsible sale of cannabis has been the will of voters for years. And until now, county policies have been a roadblock to enacting those wishes. I wanted to speak a few minutes about why I will be voting in favor of this item. Blocking access to legal cannabis in the name of public safety pushes cannabis sales underground, which makes our communities less safe. We want a well-regulated market that operates in the light of day and that can be held accountable to clear regulations, just like any other industry that operates in our country. This action will begin a process to establish a sensible program that allows for legitimate cannabis businesses to operate legitimately. The economics of this are pretty clear, which is certainly very important to me. First, the industry can create jobs, opportunity, and economic activity, particularly in the communities that have suffered the most from the criminalization of cannabis. Second, this action can create a whole new stream of tax revenue to support public services. Right now, we are leaving money on the table. That isn't fiscally responsible, and it isn't reasonable. Our new board is committed to doing so much more to serve our communities, from harm reduction to reducing homelessness, to expanding behavioral health services, to investing in sustainable infrastructure to fight climate change. All of this takes resources, and legal taxable cannabis can be part of the funding solution for San Diego County. I definitely agree with Supervisor Anderson that we must shutter illegal cannabis operations and adopt policies to keep the product away from minors, just like we do with alcohol and cigarette sales. At the same time as we expand access to legal cannabis operations so that they have the clear upper hand in the marketplace. The first step is to make it easier for legitimate cannabis businesses to get permits, and it is fundamental to have an organized and regulated system that helps us punish bad actors and support business owners who are playing by the rules. This vote is a first step to providing legal access to cannabis and fulfilling the spirit of California law. So I'm looking forward to seeing this progress. I just had one additional comment regarding Supervisor Anderson's proposed a friendly amendment, which is I strongly support stepped up enforcement, and I support the spirit of that amendment. I am not sure that the sheriffs are the appropriate entity to engage in those enforcement actions. When you look at every other business that's operating under a licensing regime in our county, restaurants, building codes that have to be buildings that have to be built to code. This is all under the auspices of code enforcement. And I know that the city of San Diego's enforcement measures proceed through their code enforcement section and not directly referred to the police. So my suggestion, Supervisor Anderson, or my request for a slight modification to your friendly amendment would be to direct staff to explore whether it would be better for it to be code enforcement or the sheriffs to step up this enforcement, but certainly to have an additional $500,000 in the interim to do that code enforcement. But I want to make sure that we're not, assigning this to the wrong agency. I want to make sure that the right folks are being empowered and giving the resources to do these enforcement actions effectively. And I don't know which it is. I don't know whether it's going to be the sheriffs or the code enforcement. I would look to county staff to come back and let us know.
Go to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you for recognizing me. I had a clarifying question, but if I could just speak to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, I'd like to have both show up. When these places show up and pop up, in October, we had one right next to a school. And the problem is they'll generate $50,000 to $100,000 a day. If they stay open for a week, they're encouraged to do it again and again and again. And the problem is, everyone in my district, as I was campaigning, were complaining about the illegal pot shops. All the legal ones, people didn't seem to have a problem with, per se, because they went by the rules, they played by the rules, they were doing everything within the scope of the community. It's these guys, they had a spinner, they had a guy out there spinning signs. I mean, they felt that the hubris of these folks to violate the law was above and beyond. And I don't want children to have access because someone's running out there. And I know you don't, but to me, the biggest issue is we need all hands on deck to shut them down. It hurts legitimate business, it hurts communities across the board. It's horrible. And so whatever we can do, and I'm open to any additional items, and if we can get SDG&E to cut their power in the same day, I'm all for that too.
So
not just on the fire.
So I guess I think we're on the same page. I mean, I think that was the point that I was trying to make, is that I agree with you in allocating additional resources for enforcement. I didn't want to limit that necessarily, that was the deputy sheriffs. It might be code enforcement. Rather have our staff come back with a plan to ensure adequate enforcement.
We can add an and/or.
Yeah,
and/or code enforcement.
Yeah.
Anything short of vigilantes. So I had two quick clarifying questions. And I apologize. You know what? I'm drinking from a fire hose here, and you guys are moving fast on heavy issues. But as I understand it, there's nothing stopping me or any other board member from notifying folks in their district how to get involved to the decision process and where to send the input. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct, Supervisor.
Okay. Because I plan to send a draft letter out to every community planning board to make sure that they aren't taking a vacation during this next 90 days and they get their input in there, because I think it's important. The second thing is, just for clarification, in the letter, it said that report back, but in your motion, it said return back.
Return back. They would.
I just wanted for clarity.
No, thank you for clarifying that.
Because I don't want anybody thinking that this is going to be a slick memo on such major policy. And
no, the intent behind it, Supervisor Anderson, is we will get a report back to the Board of Supervisors in open session. We can discuss, we can give input. We'll do that at the 90-day mark, and then they will pick up from the 90-day mark, and they will go, and then they will again, report back or return back to the full Board of Supervisors within 180 days with the first reading of the ordinance.
And from there, I mean, it's still not, there's still opportunity for some potential changes based on the information given.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is not a closed mind process. Nothing's being ramrodded through. It's all, we're doing the best we can.
That's right. That's right. We're starting the process.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion by myself, a second by Vice Chair Vargas to adopt the agenda item 4 with the following 3 changes. In section B to C, it should read, require the issuance of labor peace agreements after the 10th employee. The second change will be adding to the recommendations to allocate $500,000 for immediate and aggressive enforcement by San Diego County Sheriff's Office and or county code compliance for any unlicensed and illegal dispensary, lab, or related operating facilities, and to direct staff to analyze the ongoing enforcement options and include that when brought back to the Board of Supervisors. That would be change 2. And then change 3 would be adding in section B1G, after we leave setbacks of 600 feet, that we would say to also include and analyze in a data-driven process offsets of up to 1,000 feet, making clear the parameters there and the guidelines that they have. So with that, we have a motion and a second. I appreciate everyone's engagement and work on this effort. I think this is a strong step forward for us as a county And with that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Chair Fletcher, just to clarify for the record that there was also part of the motion to move items B3 and B4 as sub-items under B2 as part of the regulatory and permitting processes.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
I just have a clarification, Chair.
Yes.
For the amendment, is it include landlords and property owners, or is it just for the enforcement piece?
I'm sorry.
For the enforcement piece, does it include like the people who own the actual property, and or is it the landlord?
I would presume it could be both.
That's it would be
Yeah.
both.
It would
Okay.
be both.
Thank you.
Yep.
With that, Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond?
Well, I just want to say, while I support Supervisor Anderson's enforcement effort for those monies going to there, I cannot support the item as a whole, so no.
Vice Chair Vargas?
Aye.
Chair Fletcher?
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, that concludes the business before the board today. We have no adjournment in memory. I appreciate everyone's time, and with that, this meeting is adjourned.
The next regular meeting of the board will take place on Tuesday, February 9th, 2021.